do that in just a second. Right, right. So I'm gonna shoot, and I can't remember what I did with one. Let me have you. Is he doing this? Can you hear him? Uh, I don't know about that, but I'll look at my episode. Okay. So here's what I'm thinking. We don't do an intro and outro. We just we just do an outro. So that's at the end. Here's why. If the beginning of all your videos are the same, people are gonna wonder, am I in the right video? So what we do is I think we'll do the outro and I'll just say like this. Uh, it'll be something like this. Since I normally talk at the like we would have our discussion on whatever the year is, and then it would be and with that we want to thank you for listening to this year. We find it to be very interesting now, very interesting in the future. With that, Tony, where can the audience find you? If you would come in and say, find me, of course, here on my youtube.com /at Life Podcast Network. Additionally, you can find me and in with my link tree, com /podcast. And we want to thank you for being here, and we look forward to connecting next. And that's it. It's like cut. Then you don't have to intro for everyone and an outro for everyone. You just have to do the outro. And then how would we come? And then how would we come in with 2029? It would just be thank you for being here. 2029 will consist of boom. And we just start right away. If not, you're going to have a really repetitive. You get people leave the video if they find it to be too repetitive. We're going to do an intro, but it'll just be like, thank you for being here. 2029 is the we'll be starting on Monday. Like we just go right into the year. Yeah, exactly. And you're not even gonna well. I mean, you can be one, but it's gonna be the same thing for like 50 straight videos. Now, the beginning of 50 straight videos will all look the same. You don't want that for your audience. It's boring. So if we just say thank you for being here, the year 2029 will be starting on a Monday of the traditional Gregorian calendar, the 2029 year of the common era. You get what I'm saying? And and future timeline. No, no worries. future timeline. Excellent. So we're going to do the outro. I will I'll thank the people. I'll give them all my information. I'll show them my screen where they can find my stuff. And then I will pass it over to you. And then you will give your YouTube, your link tree. And then you will say, thank you for being here. We look forward to next time. You're not going to say anything. I'm going to say. And with that, that concludes our year. We want to thank you for the opportunity to share this information with you, both now and for those who watch in the future. If you want to find where you can find my content, I advise that you type Rabbi Rothschild, RabbiRothschild, into YouTube and filter by live. As you can see, I have more content available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year than any person ever. I am always live on many different live streams. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can read my blog at rabbirothschild.medium.com, as well as view other information on rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. And Tony, where can they find you? Cut, cut. You didn't say it correctly. You said network like that's okay. We're gonna do it now. No, it's okay. It's okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but like we gotta get with the rest. It's at Life Podcast Network. So hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, because I didn't even do it the way that I wanted to do it perfectly. So let's just we're gonna do, and this is what's done in Hollywood. Take two, and we do. Okay. So I'm gonna say take two. I'm gonna say action, and then I'm gonna go to. Okay. All right. Take two, action. Thank you for coming. Okay. Take three, action. Thank you so much for allowing Tony and I to share this information with you. That concludes our deep dive into this year. If you want to view my content 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, it's available on YouTube by typing into YouTube Rabbi Rothschild and filtering by live. You will find more streams of any individual simultaneously that you've ever found on any streamer. I've been live streaming my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for many years. This is a treasure trove of information for people of the future to study. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human events, which again is available by just typing Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube and filtering by law. Moreover, you can find more social media of any creator that you perhaps may have ever found by typing linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild or visit my blog, which is rabbirothschild.medium.com, as well as rabbirothschild.blogspot.com for more content. If you would like to search, type hashtag Bible Rabbi into any AI engine, search engine, or social media platform to find more content that you may have ever wanted. And with that, Tony, I'm going to hand it over to you. Okay, so we're going to say, what are you trying to say? Yeah, just write it down. So it's youtube.com/at life podcast. Just write, just, just write it down. You have. So type or write youtube.com/, no, no, at the at symbol, life podcast network. And then you want to say, you can find my social media at linktree.com/life podcast. Please like, comment, and subscribe to this video. And we appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Okay, are you ready? Hold on. Yeah, on. Let me make sure what I want to show. Okay. Are you ready? Okay. And 3, 2, 1. Action. Thank you so much for joining Tony and I to review this year of history. If you want to find more content of mine, I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on YouTube. You simply need to type Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD into YouTube and make sure to filter by live. When doing so, you will find more live streams of any content creator that you will ever have previously imagined. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to view my writings, feel free to view them at rabbirothschild.medium.com and rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Also, you can type hashtag Bible Rabbi into any social media platform, search engine, or AI model to find more information about who I am and what I do. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic back. Thank you again so much for watching. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. No, 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 no. Apologies. I didn't change my camera over. I'm sorry. Apologies. That's okay. We're going to get it. This time it was my fault. Okay. All right. Apologies. Sorry. Okay. So take 4. Here we go. Pardon me again. Apologies. All right. 3, 2, 1. Action. Thank you so much for watching. To cut. 3, 2, action. Thank you so much for watching this deep dive into this year. For more information about what I am doing, you can type Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live. RABBI and filter by live to find more content on any creator than you have ever found. At any given time, I have multiple live streams that are broadcasting to the world. Moreover, you can find my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You can find my blog at rabbirothschild.medium.com as well as rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. Feel free to type Rabbi Rothschild or hashtag Viral Rabbi into each search engine, social media, or AI engine to find more information about who I am and what I do No, you didn't say linktree.com. You said linktree/life podcast. So let's just do your part again, and that's okay. All right. So all you're going to do is when I say, and with that, I'm going to give the microphone back to Tony, and then you do your part. So I've already done my part. You're going to cut my part out, the last thing that I did. And so you're just going to pretend that I said, all right, so I can say, oh, okay, so I'll do it. All right, and with that, we're going to pass the microphone back to Tony. Yes, yes, that's okay. Cut. Okay, so yeah. No, cut, cut. You would say, thank you to my guest, but that's okay. So just do it again. Cut, cut. Thank you to my guest. Okay, thank you to my guest. Cut, 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 cut. You said LinkedIn. It's linktree.com/life podcast. So just write it down. Okay, you can. So what is your YouTube? Tell me what your YouTube is. It's youtube.com/life podcast. Okay, you just said youtube.com/life podcast, and then one good to go. So if you so you want to say thank you so much to my guest, Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to find my event, it's available at youtube.com at life podcast and linky.com/life podcast. We hope to see you next time. Thank you. Okay, let's do it again though, because you don't want to say good. You want to just do it. Just have confidence. Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But you're gonna have a random cut in there that's not expected. Just do it one more time. It's okay. Cut. Thank you to my guest. You want me to write it? Let me just write it to you. I'll write it. I'll write what you have to say. You just have to read it. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, just a moment. You know what? I need to do my part again because I didn't tell him to go to my Discord. So it'll just take a second. But let me read this to you to make sure it's good. Thank you so much, Rabbi Rothschild, for being our guest today. If the audience would like to view more of our videos and podcast episodes, please go to youtube.com/at life podcast. Okay, uh, so uh, our videos and sure, my podcast videos or my podcast episodes, please go to youtube.com/at life podcast network and view all of my social media at linktree.com/life podcast. Thank you. Let's see here. Thank you again for watching. We would love it if you would like, comment, and subscribe to all of our content, including this video. We look forward to seeing you next time. And I'm going to actually put thank you again for watching. With it. Okay, so let's hear you read it. Okay. Um, Let me change one more thing to it. Instead of the word video, we're going to say episode, including this episode. Okay, are you ready? Take your time. No, no, no. I heard you. I know what you said. You said thank you. No, it's Nutri.com. Just type it into Google. Put it into your browser. That's your browser. Oh, you're saying link.re. It's not A, it's EE. Nobody's going to follow that. No one's going to understand that. You just say linktree.com/life podcast. That's it. Okay. Are you okay? Here we go. Can you what? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Okay. Uh, so 8, 5, or whatever, 3, 2, 1, action. Thank you so much for watching this deep dive into this year. If you want to find more information on who I am and what I do, you should go to YouTube at youtube.com and type Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi space Rothschild into the search, and be sure to filter by live to view my 24/7, 365 live streams. Look at all these live streams that I have going all the time. I have more content than any person in global history. Moreover, if you want to connect with me directly, feel free to join my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. You can find all of my social media at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And you can find my writings at rabbirothschild.medium.com and rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. I highly encourage you to type Rabbi Rothschild or hashtag viral rabbi into any search engine, social media, or AI search and find more content than you've ever found on any individual ever. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Tony. It's okay. But literally, all you have to do is read. Everything's written for you. Not, I want to first and foremost, none of that. Just say, thank you so much, Rabbi Rothschild, for being our guest today. If the audience would like to view more of our videos and my podcast episodes, please go to youtube.com/@life podcast network and view all my social media at linktree.com/life podcast. We would love it if you would like, comment, and subscribe to all of our content, including this episode. We look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you again for watching. And the one thing I'm going to change, it's very slight, but I'm going to change one of the words from video to episode. It sounds more professional. Oh no, videos to view more of our, uh, more of our, I was going to say more from our series. Okay, so I'm passing it back to you. Are you ready? One last thing, Tony. Do you see in the screen? Your head is getting like you're cutting your chin off. Yeah, like maybe there you go. That's better. Much better. Much better. That works. Excellent. Okay. So that's good. So you know to take my last take and then whatever you just did. And we'll do it. Okay. So now we're going to do 2029. And you're ready. I'm going to say, I'm just going to say, welcome to the year 2029. It will be a common year starting on Monday. Does that sound good? Okay. You ready? Now I see you. Yeah, now we can see it. Okay. Are you ready? Here we go. In three, two, one, action. Welcome to the year 2029. 2029 will be a common year starting on Monday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2029th year of the Common Era, the 29th year of the third millennium in the 21st century, and the 10th and last year of the 2020th century. The predicted and scheduled events March 10th through 17th, we expect the 2029 Special Olympics World Winter Games that will be held in Switzerland. On March 25th, if not triggered earlier, the next German federal election will occur no later than the state. On April 13th, asteroid 99942 of Focus at 335 meters or 1,100 feet long will pass Earth less than 32,000 kilometers or 20,000 miles from Earth's surface, closer than geosynchronous satellites. When discovered, it was considered a serious threat to Earth, but since then, refined predictions have ruled out any impact risk for the next 100 years. This will be the closest approach of an asteroid this size since scientists have predicted. This will be the closest approach of an asteroid this size scientists have predicted. From July 11th through July 22nd, the 2029 Summer World University Games will be held in North Carolina, United States. July 19th through July 29th, the 2029 World Games will be held in Germany. On August 15th, if not triggered quicker, the next UK general election will occur no later than the state. On September 17th of 2029, if not triggered earlier, the 2029 Norwegian parliamentary election will occur no later than the state. October 10th, the 2029 World Horticultural Expo is looking to be open in Thailand. On October 14th, the Portuguese legislative election will occur no later than the state. On October 15th, if not triggered earlier, the 46th Canadian federal election will occur no later than the state. On October 20th, the inauguration of the incumbent or the new president of the Dominican Republic of the state. Some unknown dates that are scheduled to perhaps happen in the year 2029. During February, if not triggered later or earlier, the next Indonesian presidential election will occur. In April, if not triggered earlier, the next Indian general election will occur no later than this month. In June, if not triggered earlier, the next French legislative election will occur no later than this month. ESA plans to launch the Aerial Exoplanet Telescope and Comet Interceptor. The Fermat Belt fixed link between Denmark and Germany is expected to be completed. The Giant Magellan Telescope, which is currently under construction, is scheduled for completion by this year. The Three Seas Initiative, 3SI, estimates to end the Rail to Sea project by this year. Romania expects to have entered the Eurozone by this year. The radio transmitted digital time capsule, a message from Earth, will reach its destination on the planet Leas 5B1c. NASA's New Horizons spacecraft is expected to leave the solar system. Also in 2029, the 2029 Asian Winter Games will be held in Kazakhstan. 343 NASA Vinci mission to Venus is expected. Sure. As we expect in the year 2029, approximately from the year 2029 to 2032, the Da Vinci mission to Venus will take place. In 2029, Romania should adopt the euro, as well as increase automation of banking. China asteroid mission, close approach of the near-Earth asteroid of Opus, mass application of cheap drugs on mosquitoes, 40 megawatts floating wind turbines. Time out. Uh, can you scroll all the way to the top, Tommy? Because you're now seeing what I'm seeing. Scroll all the way to the top. Are you? There you go. That's where you want to be. That's what I be. Okay. So we're gonna just restart. This part. So action. And with that, so 2029 kind of like conference that we anticipate from 2029 to 2032, the Da Vinci Plus mission to Venus. In 2029, Romania is anticipated to adopt the euro, increase automation of banking, China asteroid redirect mission, close approach of the near-Earth asteroid Apophysis, mass application of chain drives on mosquitoes, 40 megawatt floating wind turbines, Finland banning coal for energy use, Madagascar's radiated tortoise is extinct in the wild, expansion of London's Heathrow Airport, NASA's Site spacecraft makes orbital insertion, launch of the Ariel spacecraft, the giant Magellan telescope is fully operational. Jupiter's great red spot is disappearing. The wreck of the Titanic has become a quantum computer with 1 million qubits. Starlab is fully operational, and the number of satellites in Earth orbit has grown exponentially. So with that, from 2029 to 2032, we expect Da Vinci Plus mission to use deep atmosphere of Venus investigation of noble gases chemistry and imaging plus Da Vinci Plus is one of two missions selected by NASA in June 2021 for its Discovery program. The other spacecraft, Veritas, is launched in 2028. Device follows a year later in 2029. Both missions complement each other and greatly improve the scientific knowledge of Venus. While Veritas is focused on mapping and surface features, Da Vinci Plus has the primary objective of studying the atmosphere. In addition to the main spacecraft, it also includes the descent sphere. The orbital component of the Da Vinci Plus mission performs multiple flybys of the planet, utilizing a multi-band imaging system that includes near-infrared (NIR), ultraviolet (UV), and the engineering wide field mode. This reveals previously unseen features of the planet and includes opportunities for night-side (NIR) imaging of Ishtar, Terra, an Australia-sized region containing the four main mountain ranges of Venus, as well as the probe landing site in Alpha Regia, consisting of heavily worn terrain. During this time, it also maps the clouds of Venus and conclusively determines the presence of phosphine, which had previously been suggested as a life signature, as well as gathering data and imagery from orbit. The spacecraft acts as a relay for the descent probe deployed in 2031. The combination of both Da Vinci Plus and its sister mission, Veritas, sets the stage for a new and enduring period of Venus exploration by NASA that extends into the 2040s. Other national space agencies are probing the planet around this time, including ESA, ISRO, and Roscosmos. Moving into 2029, we anticipate Romania will be adopting the euro. In 2029, Romania adopts the euro as its official currency, becoming the 22nd member state of the European Union to do so. This follows Bulgaria in Like those previous countries, Romania had to meet several criteria before its transition would be possible. After joining the EU in 2007, it worked towards the financial strength, stability, and flexibility required, achieving 4 of the 7 criteria by 2014. In subsequent years, however, Romania encountered a number of setbacks. The European Commission's EC's Convergence Report of 2020 concluded that it did not fulfill the price stability, public finances, exchange rate, and long-term interest rate criteria. Prime Minister Florin Stu stated that Romania could join the Eurozone in 2027 or 2028. As a precursor to full adoption of the euro, Romania joined the EU's exchange rate mechanism (ERM2) after working to address concerns around its budget deficit to GDP ratio, inflation rate, long-term interest rate, and compatibility of legislation. Having met all the criteria and with 2 years of stability, Romania is accepted into the Eurozone. The leu, its national currency since 1867, is finally replaced by the euro in 2020. Moving into our next topic, increased automation of banking. During the early 21st century, a wave of new technology swept the banking sector as companies worked to improve costs and efficiencies. Online services combined with mobile apps, automated chatbots, virtual telephone systems, increasingly sophisticated ATMs, and other features all made it quicker and easier than ever to manage one's personal finances. On the business and corporate side, the rise of cloud computing, big data, and intelligent algorithms yielded significant time and cost savings in research, marketing, processing, and other areas, while giving more power and insight to decision makers. By 2020, U.S. banks alone were investing more than $150 billion in new technology annually, spending more than any other industry. While customers and clients benefited greatly from these improvements, automation reduced the need for human staff. By 2029, more than 10% of banking jobs have been eliminated compared to a decade earlier, adding up to some 200,000 roles in the U.S. Retail branches and call centers are the hardest hit, where over a third of staff are no longer. Commercial and investment banking employees are less vulnerable now, but even these jobs become threatened in subsequent decades as decision making is delegated to ever more powerful hardware and algorithms. Looking into our next topic, we anticipate China national redirection. During the early 2020s, as its scientific and technological capabilities began to force rival space-faring nations, China started exploring serious proposals for planetary defense missions. In 2024, the country's National Space Science Center announced a plan to visit the asteroid 2015 XF261. The body, estimated to be 30 meters and 8 feet across, had an orbit that crossed Earth's complete a journey around the sun every 360 days for 29 years. Its closest approach on the 21st century would occur in 2090 when it passed within 382,237 miles, less than the moon's distance from Earth. While a collision with Earth could be ruled out, researchers wanted to study 215 2015 XF26 insights into its composition and structure, enhancing the understanding of near Earth objects and fields and improving future planetary defense strategies. The mission announced by China would involve 2 spacecraft launching from the Sea rocket in 2027, performing a flyby of Venus before arriving near the asteroid in 2029. Early this year, object is 6.7 million kilometers, 4.2 million miles from Earth, and moving at 8.8 kilometers per second, 19,700 miles per hour. One of the spacecraft was purposefully collided in 2015 XF261 man, similar to NASA's DART mission. The kinetic impactor hits at a speed of 10 kilometers per second, 22,400 miles per hour, DART mission, which impacted the asteroid Dimorphos in 2022, successfully shortened its orbit by approximately 15 minutes. A similar but smaller effect was predicted for 2015-261 due to its smaller size and mass, providing valuable data on the effectiveness of kinetic impact deflection. The second observed inflation and resulting ejecta, returning detailed images and data. In addition to monitoring changes in the orbit, it studies the subsurface composition in 2015 as F261. The impact pattern revealed information about materials within the asteroid. This proves useful for future planetary defense missions and the mining of asteroid resources. By coincidence, the mission occurred during the same month as the close approach of 99942 October. This NDO is over 10 times larger than 2015 XM260. The next event that we anticipate is a close approach of the near-Earth asteroid Dimorphos. 99942 Dimorphos is an asteroid with a diameter of 370 meters, 1,250 feet, and an exceptionally close orbit to Earth. It caused a sensation in 2004 when initial observations indicated a 27% chance that it would hit Earth in 2029. This gave it the highest rating ever recorded on the Torino impact hazards, reaching level 3. Depending on its composition, location, and angle of entry, the asteroid would make atmospheric entry with up to 1,200 megatons of kinetic energy, approximately 20 million times more than the Tsar rocket, the largest nuclear weapon tested, and 6 times more than the 1883 production of Krakatoa. However, the orbital characteristics of the focus were later refined, eliminating any chance of impact. Nevertheless, the object remains on a remarkably close path that skips within 31,000 kilometers of Earth, which is 10 times closer than the Moon, and even closer than some man-made satellites. Focus the large object has geometry closer than that of Earth asteroid. Its close passing sparks further debate about the need to defend Earth from potential impacts. The next event that we anticipate in 2029 is mass application of cheap drugs on mosquitoes. During the 2010s, it was estimated that nearly 700 million people were catching mosquito-borne illnesses, resulting in over a million mosquito deaths each year. In spite of its tiny size, they were the deadliest creatures in the world, killing more humans than any other animal. Among the diseases transmitted were malaria, white fever, West Nile virus, yellow fever, chikungunya, filariasis, and Zika virus, and many others. Affecting mostly tropical and subtropical regions, the majority of deaths were of young children in sub-Saharan Africa. However, in 2015, it was reported that, due to warming temperatures and climate change, mosquitoes had begun spreading historically rare diseases into Europe. Malaria to Greece, the West Nile virus to parts of Eastern Europe, and chikungunya to Italy and France. Malaria and West Nile were becoming more common in North America too. The economic and social costs of mosquito-borne infections were often considerable. An individual could be forced to miss time at work or their place of education, pay for doctor visits and related travel, obtain funds to cover prescription or over-the-counter medicines, pay for hospital bills or medical treatment, buy insect sprays or repellents to prevent further bites. There were also funeral expenses in the case of deaths. At national level, the cost of maintenance and staffing of health facilities, the purchase of drugs and vaccines, public education programs to warn about epidemics, research to prevent further outbreaks and to improve treatments, lost productivity and overall damage to businesses, negative effects on tourism, sports, events, as well as compensation for affected communities. Of the many and various mosquito-borne illnesses, malaria presented the greatest threat, with 3.2 million people in 106 countries and territories located in areas at risk of transmission. It was an estimated 91% of malaria deaths occur. This disease alone was causing $12 billion in economic damage to the continent each year, reducing the annual gross domestic product (GDP) of some countries by as much as 1.3%. In those nations where the disease was most common, it represented up to 40% of total people spending and could account for 60% of the health bills, along with 50% of hospital admissions. A variety of methods were in use to control mosquitoes, including the elimination of breeding places such as pools, ditches, entirely, buckets, and other containers or stagnant water. Physical barriers like windows, screens, and sprays and repellents, attracted placing traps, biological control via fungi and nematodes for predators such as fish. Another strategy was the use of pesticides, but these were gradually becoming less effective as the insects developed resistance. Plus, the chemicals were damaging to the environment. While research into vaccines and new medications has now shown promise, a more comprehensive and long-term proposal was to eradicate mosquitoes, or at least drastically reduce their ability to spread infections. Known as a gene drive, it was hoped that such an initiative would either A, cause the extinction of several of the major vectors of malaria, and some other diseases like dengue and Zika, including Aedes albopictus and Anopheles, or B, produce a massive genetic change throughout the mosquito population, making them unable to transmit vectors. The ability to modify animal and plant DNA had been around for decades already. The first genetically modified plant was a mouse created in 1973. The first genetically modified plant, an antibiotic-resistant tobacco plant, was produced in 1982. These organisms were still subject to the laws of genetic inheritance, however, as first described by Gregor Mendel in 1865. In other words, if the mosquito carrier altered DNA were to make it another mosquito, there would only be a 50-50 chance of the offspring inheriting the modified gene. The probability would be even lower that the subsequent generation would pass on a modified gene and so on. Gene drives, by contrast, are designed to change the fundamental laws of inheritance. A powerful new editing technique known as CRISPR-Cas9 was demonstrated on fruit flies in the 2010s, showing that it was possible to engineer organisms in which every generation received a modified gene, and an entire population would get it for a few generations. With potential for large-scale transformation of species, attention turned to the problem of mosquitoes in Africa. The process of artificially biasing inheritance of desired genes was described as a mutagenetic mutagenic chain reaction by researchers. While holding great promise, there were also cleanup risks and ethical issues. By altering mosquitoes' behaviors to ensure their offspring would always be male, for example, releasing them into the wild to mate with natural mosquitoes, malaria and other diseases could be wiped out. However, there could also be side effects, causing the insect populations to crash might disrupt food chains or have unforeseen consequences. Government reports highlighted these and other areas of concern, delaying the mass introduction of gene drives, but this was only a temporary setback as major investment was going into research and development process. Among the biggest supporters in the fight against malaria was Bill Gates, whose foundation had committed almost $2 billion grants between 2000 and 2015 to combat the disease. To safeguard against the dangers, a reversal drive was developed alongside the gene drive that would, if necessary, repeat the process and spread the original genes back into the population. In addition, other alternatives to creating augment offspring were considered, such as introducing genes to make the insects target animals rather than humans, or genes that stop the parasite itself from multiplying inside the insect. Laboratory tests numbers and best locations to release the insects, as well as the various cause and effect pathways in the environment. Following small-scale experiments in the early 2020s, the mass introduction of gene drugs is becoming a reality towards the end of the decade. After years of multi-genic gene reactions, follow-up assessments, and computer models, researchers have pieced together a trove of evidence and data defining the process to be safe and with acceptable impacts on the environment. These and other issues have now been largely resolved, with most nations in Africa and elsewhere having approved the use of gene drugs. A sharp drop in malaria case is likely to turn down. Other pests and invasive species are being targeted using this method. Cane toads in Australia, for example, locusts that swarm and destroy crops, rodents that carry diseases. Unfortunately, given their enormous power and potential, gene drives are also now coming under intense scrutiny for an altogether different and more sinister reason: their ability to be bioweapons on human populations. This is leading to increased transparency and support from governments around the world to ensure better monitoring of scientific research activities and to make safeguards and countermeasures built into gene drives. The next topic that we anticipate in 2020 will be a 40 megawatt floating reactor. This year sees the deployment of a major new offshore wind project developed by one Norwegian company worldwide. Its unusual design belongs to a class known as vertical axis wind turbines (VAWTs) plants. Offshore wind has grown rapidly this decade from a worldwide installed capacity of 35 gigawatts in 2020 to over 200 gigawatts in 2020, a six-fold increase. This is thanks to dramatic cost reductions, advances in technology, and policies favoring renewable energy, with ever-increasing national targets. Among the new innovations are larger and more powerful turbines, dwarfing earlier designs and handling even greater capacities. Project by Worldwide Wind is environmentally friendly, with features loaded blades on single racks, making them rotate in opposite directions. It can produce up to 40 megawatts of electricity in a single year, more than triple the world record capacity at the start of the decade, achieved by General Electric's Palliative Index. This occurs within a floating structure that measures 400 meters, 1,204 feet in height, taller than the roof of the Empire State Building, and far surpassing the very modern size of 260 meters, or 1,850 feet in 2020. Worldwide Wind developed a smaller 3 megawatt prototype in 2026 before achieving the massive scalability needed for this version in 2021. Farms of these VAWTS plants can also be deployed closer together than conventional offshore wind turbines due to their more vertically focused design. This greater density reduces the area of sea being deployed. The next event that we anticipate in 2029, Finland will be implementing a nationwide ban on coal use. The country's greenhouse gas emissions have already peaked in the early 2000s, but it will still rely on coal for its energy, with 11 million tons burnt each year. Lacking any domestic production of its own, this was imported from other nations, primarily Russia, 72%, the United States, 7%, Canada, 6%, Australia, 6%, and Poland, 3%. The percentage of coal as an energy source in Finland declined from 18.6% in 1980 to 14.7% in 1990 and 11% in 2000, rising again slightly before entering a permanent decline from 2000 onwards and reaching 8% by 2019. The ban was announced in February 2019 and comes into effect from the 1st of May 2029. The next event that we anticipate is Madagascar's radiated tortoise becoming extinct in Years of unmitigated hunting and loss of habitat has obligatories can be found nowhere outside the country. The government of Madagascar attempted to halt the decline by introducing a series of protection laws. Unfortunately, the South wildlife appeals and court conditions meant these restrictions were largely with even protected areas being taken by poachers. Surveys in the 20 times revealed a shocking in the number of species of creation of shrubs. Though there is hope of future repopulation using those bred in captivity, the shrinking habitats may once occupied make this prospect unlikely. In another 15 years or so, almost all of Madagascar's forests will be gone. The next event that we anticipate in 2023 is the expansion of its airport. Many years into an airport on the world's busiest airport, measured by international passenger, as well as the busiest Europe on overall traffic. By mid-2020, it was handling 70 million passenger journeys weekly, though Dubai International would eventually overtake it, and forecast to reach 85 million by 2030. As the airport began to reach 100% capacity at peak times, concerns were raised about overcrowding and the need for expansion. Globally, air traffic in general was problematic, due in part and large part to moving demand from the emerging markets of the Asia Pacific and Middle East regions, and the number of planes in service was projected to double between 2015 and 2035. In 2009, UK's Labour government announced that it would support the expansion of Heathrow and encourage the airport operator BAA to apply for green information. However, these plans were cancelled the following year by the new coalition of the Conservatives and the Democrats. Following several more years of planning and reviews, the airport commission recommended a third runway and sixth terminal. A full report was finally published in 2015 that confirmed the new expansion to the northwest as the chosen proposal. After further revisions, and with estimated costs of £14.3 billion funded by the Northwest Runway and Terminal Plan was approved by the government in 2018. The new infrastructure would increase Heathrow's capacity from 85 million to 130 million passengers annually. It was predicted to create 180,000 new jobs and generate 200 billion in total economic benefits by 2050. By 2050. Up to 40 new long-haul routes will become available. In addition to the airport itself, a number of access improvements were planned, such as the 150-kilometer or 73-mile cross-rail line running all the way from east to west London, alongside with refurbished Piccadilly line, providing more spacious air-cooled trains at higher frequencies than before. The pro-expansion stance of both Labour and the Conservatives was supported by many groups and prominent individuals, including the Aviation Centre, Confederation of British Industry, CBI, British Chambers of Commerce, BCC, and 32 local chambers of commerce, local authorities, and manufacturing and food sector and trade unions. However, there was considerable opposition too. Political opponents included the Liberal Democrats, Green Party, and UKIP. Sadiq Khan, mayor of London, and his two predecessors, Boris Johnson and Prime Minister, were also against it. Various campaign groups voiced concerns, including Greenpeace, Friends of the Earth, and RSPB, and WWF, as well as conservation organization, the National Trust, and developmental charity Oxfam and Hershey Aid, alongside American Council and the Council, a local government in West London. Among the biggest concerns were the impacts on local communities. Some 700 homes, village, and 8 grade 2 listed buildings would have to be demolished or abandoned. Grade 2 being the warranting every effort to preserve them. The main high street in the village of Harmondsworth would need splitting and the graveyard would have to be bulldozed. The entire village of Sipson was in danger of being wiped from view. The other major concerns were air and noise pollution, along with greenhouse gas emissions. Environmental campaigners warned that the increased CO2 caused by the additional flights would make it harder for the UK to meet its commitments to the Paris Agreement. They also pointed to studies showing that the economic benefits would be negated by the long-term cost of carbon. Only a third runway would also raise the general level of air pollution, and 40,000 people would die each year from dirty air across the country. The UK was already in breach of legal limits, and the government had lost multiple court cases on the issue. Furthermore, expanding Heathrow and its flight paths would expose hundreds of thousands of British residents in London, as well as the neighbouring county of Berkshire, to sustain high levels of aircraft noise for the first time. Many people also resent London engaging in major projects, drawing money away from this of the UK. Other regions' opportunities for investment in Birmingham and Manchester. For example, the widening gap between London and everywhere else have already created a glaring socio-economic divide. The ever-growing sense of inequality may have been a contributory factor in the Brexit referendum result. The arguments from the opposition side were strong, but those in support were strong. The importance of Heathrow as an international transport hub and a catalyst for wealth generation in London and the Southeast was deemed too great, with approval granted by the government in June 2018. As with many large projects of this time, however, financial issues and construction delays pushed back the original timetable. Completion of a third ring had been scheduled for 2026, but was subsequently revised to 2029. The next event that we anticipate is NASA's Psyche spacecraft making its orbit insertion. In August 2021, a NASA probe called Psyche enters orbit around the large metallic asteroid called the 16th Psyche, one of the most massive objects in the main asteroid belt, and the heaviest known M-type asteroid. 16th Psyche is 222 kilometers or 137 miles in diameter and contains 1% of the mass of the entire belt. Psyche is an orbiter mission developed as part of NASA's Discovery program. Its primary objective is to explore the origin of planetary cores and confirm whether 16th Psyche is the exposed iron core of a protoplanet, the remnant of a violent collision with another object that stripped off its outer crust. The spacecraft was launched on 13 October 2023 aboard a SpaceX Falcon Heavy launch vehicle, but then performed a Mars gravity assist at 500 kilometers or 310 miles altitude in 2026 before reaching its destination years later. From 2029 onwards, it conducts a comprehensive study of the asteroid's geology, shape, surface features, elemental composition, gravity, magnetism, and distribution of mass, revealing insights into planetary formation and interior. This information is also of potential use in future asteroid mining operations. Psyche's initial duration is 26 months, lasting until November 2030, with gradually decreasing orbits taking it closer and closer to 16th Psyche. The initial orbit starts at 700 kilometers or 435 miles. Distance around the lowest orbit is at 75 kilometers or 37 miles. In addition to its study of 16th century, the spacecraft also tested experimental modes of communication technology called deep space optical communications, designed to increase spacecraft communication performance and efficiency by 10 to 100 times over conventional meters. The laser beams from the spacecraft are received by the Ground Telescope at Palomar Observatory in California. The next planet's chemical composition, structure simultaneously both visible and infrared wavelengths. Ariel is launched to the L2 Lagrange communication about 1,500,000 kilometers or 930,000 miles from Earth, where it benefits from the blockage of sunlight to maximize potential for detecting targets. It provides both scientific data on a diverse range of pixel bands, from extremely hot to temperate and from gaseous to rock. Its photometer, spectrometer, and guidance system are sensitive enough to determine presence of atmospheres, as well as some exotic light that may have been missed by nuclear telescopes. In addition to revealing new insights into many previously studied worlds, the mission addresses fundamental questions about what exoplanets are made of and how planetary systems form and evolve. The Space Agency formally approved the mission in November 2020, with the Discovery launch date of 2029. The mission duration is 4 years. The next event that we anticipate is the Giant Magellan Telescope becoming fully operational. The Giant Magellan Telescope (GMT) is a major new astronomical observatory completed in 2029, costing nearly $2 billion. The international project is led by the U.S. in partnership with Australia, Brazil, and Korea, with Chile as the host country. The telescope is built on a mountaintop in the southern Atacama Desert in Chile, with an altitude of 2,516 meters (8,255 feet). This site was chosen as the instrument's location because of its outstanding night sky quality and clear weather throughout most of the year, along with the lack of atmospheric pollution and sparse population, giving it low light pollution. The GMT consists of seven 8 and 8.4 meter or 27.6 feet diameter primary segments with a combined resolving power equivalent to a 24.5 meter 80.4 feet mirror. It has a total light emitting area of 368 meters squared, 3,960 square feet, which is 50 times greater than the older Maven Magellan's telescopes. It has 4 times the image resolution and 200 times the sensitivity of the James Webb Space Telescope. The GMT operates at near infrared and visible wavelengths of the spectrum. It features adaptive optics, which helps to correct image blur caused by the Earth's atmospheric interference. The seven mirrors are polished with a surface accuracy of 19 nanometers. The GMT is the latest in a series of future telescopes being constructed this decade, heralding a new era of higher resolution astronomy. Others include the European Extreme-Large Telescope and the Square Kilometre Array, in addition to new space-based observatories. The new generation of telescopes leads to huge advances in knowledge of the early universe, new discoveries of Earth-like planets around, and breakthroughs in understanding the mysterious dark matter and dark energy that influence the structure and expansion of the universe. The next event that we anticipate is Jupiter's Great Red Spot this year. The first sightings of a great red spot on Jupiter were made in the 1660s by Robert Hooke and Giovanni Cassini. This feature, a monstrous anticyclonic storm, was not studied in detail until the late 19th century. At that time, its diameter was found to be around 25,500 miles (41,000 kilometers), large enough to swallow three entire planet Earths. Oh, yes. No, it's perfect. No, we're right there. We're right there. Jupiter's giant red spot is disappearing. That's where we're. On 25th of February 1979, NASA's Voyager 1 spacecraft returned close-range photos of the planet. These revealed that its great red spot had shrunk to 14,500 miles, or 23,335 kilometers. Later studies by the Hubble Space Telescope from the 1990s onwards smaller its size. By 2012, the rate of shrinkage was nearly 1,000 kilometers per year and increasing. It was theorized that small eddies observed feeding into the star were accelerating this change by altering the internal dynamics. The raging winds in this type of engine were measured from 5 to 600 kilometers per hour, greatly surpassing even the strongest hurricanes on Earth. Another spacecraft, Juno, orbited the gas giant in 2016. Uh, this provided a greater understanding of the atmospheric composition, high ocean's temperature, magnetic speed, gravity, and other properties affecting the organic beings of Jupiter. Once again, the great red spot was seen shrinking and losing momentum. This process would continue into the following decade. By the end of the 2020s, it has vanished entirely. Yet another probe, Jupiter Icy Venus Probe, JUICE, arrives in 2051 shortly after its disappearance in this country. The next event that we anticipate is the wreck of the Titanic, the proposal. By the late 2020s, the famous wreck of the Titanic has been reduced to a near rust patch. Metal-eating bacteria have dissolved the remains of the once mighty structure. Though some artifacts were salvageable, any hope of recovering the ship itself is now gone. The next event that we anticipate is a quantum computer with one living the 2010s and 2020s as the concept of quantum computing transition from theoretical exploration to practical application, numerous companies emerged to establish a solid foundation for this revolutionary field. These early efforts set the stage for intense competition among firms, not only aiming to become leaders in their massive industry, but also to rapidly boost the power and scale of quantum computing systems. This included giants like IBM and Google, alongside institutes in China and other countries who pushed the frontiers of research. Quantum bits, or qubits, the equivalent of traditional computer bits, allowed quantum computers to work with extraordinarily large numbers and perform calculations of staggering complexity. Unlike the binary ones of zeros and classical machines, qubits took advantage of the phenomenon known as superposition, meaning they could have multiple states. With more qubits joined together, this effect scaled exponentially, with potential to vastly exceed even the fastest classical supercomputers in terms of number crunching. After moderate progress in qubit counts during the 2010s, massive scaling up occurred in the 2020s, with the system by IBM exceeding 100 qubits in 2021, followed by the first 1,000-plus qubit system by the same company in 2023. Due to the extremely sensitive nature of superposition, achieving such large numbers of qubits required them to be isolated from external stimuli such as noise and temperature fluctuations. Scientists refer to this as quantum new technique to emerge for maintaining peace and reducing aircraft resulting from collisions. Researchers also directed their efforts to create logical qubits, consisting of many physical qubits working together to eliminate faults. Q-era, a relatively unknown company based in Boston, Massachusetts, revealed a 10,000 qubit system in 2026, an order of magnitude improvement over IBM's Condor system just 3 years earlier. This included 100 logical qubits. PsiQuantum, a company founded in 2015 and based in Palo Alto, California, announced its plan to build the first quantum computer with 1 million basic qubits. The fault-tolerant system will use a photonics-based approach, encoding qubits in particles of light for greater stability and resistance to decoherence. PsiQuantum attracted significant investment from major backers including BlackRock, Microsoft's venture fund M12, and Gartner, putting its valuation at $3.1 billion in the early 2020s. In April 2024, the Australian and Queensland governments invested a further 940 million Australian dollars, or 620 billion United States, into PsiQuantum. In exchange, the company agreed to housed in a large compute building with many rows of cabinets, each containing thousands of atomic chips next to a cookbook and providing side mounted, targeted with completion date in 2029. A project of similar scale is also being completed by Google this year. The leap in qubit count from 10,000 achieved in 2026 to a million is not just a quantitative change, but quality. These machines are among the first quantum computers able to perform useful tasks, such as simulating complex molecular structures, drug discovery, and materials, optimizing large-scale logistical operations, and solving intricate problems in real time. This capacity provides the ability to monitor that are beyond the reach of classical supercomputers. With qubits or physical numbers continuing to scale up, even greater advances will soon become possible, such as the cracking of RSA 2048 encryption during the 2030s, a task that would require trillions of years of calculation time for traditional computers. Commercial scale, fault-tolerant computing leads to thousands of new jobs in Australia and generates an additional $40 GDP by 2040. Next event that we anticipate is the Starlab commercial space station becoming operational. Starlab is the first ever free-flight commercial space station. Announced in October 2021, the project is a collaboration between Nanoracks, Larger Space, and Lockheed Martin. It features 340 cubic meters of internal volume on one-third that of the International Space Station. As a continuously improved platform, ensures a continued U.S. presence in low Earth orbit at a time when the ISS is nearing the end of its lifespan. The basic elements of the Starlab space station include large inflatable tanks designed and built by Lockheed, a metallic docking node, a power and propulsion unit of 60 kilowatts, a large and robotic arm servicing complex with maximum loads of 22 cubic meters, and a state-of-the-art laboratory system with comprehensive research, science, and manufacturing capabilities. Among the services provided are materials research, plant growth, and other biotech, astronaut missions, and space tourism. It can hold up to 4 passengers at any one time. Initial operational capability begins in 2023. There are now several space stations in Earth or near Earth orbit. Starlab, the soon-to-be-retired ISS, China's new space station, and the next event that we anticipate in 2029, the number of satellites in Earth orbit will grow exponentially. By the end of this decade, the number of active satellites in Earth around the number of satellites in orbit around Earth has reached nearly 60,000, a 20-fold increase compared to the earlier and 75-fold increase since the start of the century. Russia then the Soviet Union launched artificial satellites Sputnik in October 1957. Just 8.5 years later, more than 100 others had us in orbit as the space race got underway between the Soviets and the United States. The numbers continue to increase over the decades, with more and more countries able to conduct launches for purposes such as weather monitoring, telecommunications, surveillance, and GPS. During the early 21st century, smaller and lighter satellites with more compact and miniaturized components became increasingly popular. These provided the advantage of cheaper launch costs and a flexible range of uses. This segment of the market became divided into various classes depending on the weight of the spacecraft, from mini satellites between 500 and 100 kilograms, descending through micro, non-aeronautical, and femtosecond satellites, the smallest being less than 800 kilograms. Concerns mounted over the accumulation of space debris from old satellites and other defunct or abandoned objects. In a worst-case scenario, this might have been a catastrophic trade reaction of collisions known as the Kessler system, with potential to block safe access to space for generations. Despite the astronomers had earlier reported interference with drone-based observations and the spoiling of the night sky, a problem now made with several developers responded with new measures to reduce reflected sunlight through spacecraft orientation, sun shielding, and surface darkening. The end of this decade is marked by the emergence of a quantum computer, providing absolutely secure encryption. This, while it is still at an early stage of development, is massively expanding in the 2030s. Cut, that's it for 2020. So when I say cut, you recognize it, right? Okay. Oh, no, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. We talk about it afterward. I made a mistake. Apologies. So we don't cut there. So um, go back and we will uh, really talk about it. So I'll give a future apologies. Let me go back and find what it is we talked about. So in three, two, one, action. And that concludes 2029. Tony, what are your thoughts on some of the events that we anticipate experiencing? Another creative content should be quite interesting. I'm excited for perhaps the application of gene drives and mosquitoes to avoid many unnecessary human deaths that occur, so long as this type of science and technology is used for good. I'm an advocate for it. Some other things that I think will be very interesting, certainly some of the telescopes, including the Giant Magellan Telescope, being operational, Starlab being operational, the increase in the amount of satellites that we perhaps will experience on Earth. But you said it perfectly, the quantum computer is one way to use really exceptional goal that humanity has. I think really some interesting things are the wreck of the Titanic being decomposed and Jupiter's Great Red Spot disappearing. Jupiter's Great Red Spot was a very identifiable element of Jupiter that will be gone within the next few years. So I agree. And with that, we appreciate you following along to the audience. We look forward to connecting next time. Okay, cut. Bye. And then, are you ready to do 2030? Okay. Yeah, you could. Definitely could. That's good. All right. So now we're gonna go into our next event, and again, these should get shorter, and this will be the last one we do today. It's not shorter. You know. I mean, okay, here we go. All right. Are you ready? understand you. The 90 minutes is sort of concentrate on it. I thought you did a really good job with it. And even that part, you should put everywhere on that one spot, you have the right spot. And I'll do my best to say the next event that we are doing, so that we'll be able to find it. And if anything, you can see what I'm reading. So with that, ready? Okay, do you have your pages open so that I can just open it with the other page? All right. And three, two, one, action. Welcome to 2030. 2030 will be a common year starting on Tuesday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2030th year of the Common Era, and it will be the 30th. Sure. Let's, let's, okay, so are you ready? Three, two, one, action. Welcome to 2030. 2030 will be a common year starting on Tuesday of the Gregorian calendar, the 2030th year of the Common Era, the 30th year of the third millennium and the 21st century, and the first year of the 2030 schedule, a new decade. The predicted and scheduled events from February 1st through 17th, the two 2030 Winter Olympics is scheduled to be held in the French Alps. On February 28th, the 2029 World Horticultural Expo is scheduled to be closed in Calgary. On March 27th, the 2030 South Korea presidential election is scheduled to be held. In April of 2030, Europa Clipper will arrive at Jupiter's moon Europa. June 8th through July 21st, the 2030 FIFA World Cup is scheduled to be held in Spain, Portugal, and Morocco, with the anniversary match hosts Uruguay, Argentina, and Paraguay. September 1st, the autonomous region of Bougainville has recommended the state for independence of Papua New Guinea, pending re-ratification of the 2019 referendum. October 1st, the 2030 World Expo will be opened in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. July 24th, August 4th, 2030 Mediterranean Games are expected to take place in Pristina, Kosovo. Unknown dates of 2030, the 2030 Hungarian parliamentary elections are predicted in 2022, year in which both the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 spacecrafts will run out of power and cease transmission. New petrol and some cars will be banned on sale in the Mastar City of copies of the 2030 as well as the 2030 Region Games being scheduled to be held in a Japanese construction firm, Shimizu Corporation, in concert with many research firms and government agencies, has plans for an underwater city of 5,000 people called Ocean Spot, 4.5 kilometers or 2.8 miles off the coast of Japan, which will consist of a giant sphere that contains homes and businesses situated just below the surface, held up by a 14-kilometer or 9-mile descending into the seabed, where there will be a submarine port and a factory powering the city plant using microorganisms that turn carbon dioxide into methane. The Shimizu Corporation plans to start construction in 2025. Targets of the goals of the United Nations 2030 Agenda are set. Some climate-related goals from COP26 and for 2030 would ask for climate pact to be used to reduce global carbon dioxide emissions by 50% by 2030 while also reaching. However, some existing carbon emissions in the year 2030 will be 40% higher than in 2010. More than 100 countries pledged to reverse deforestation, pledged to reverse deforestation. India plans to draw half its energy required from renewable sources. China aims to keep CO2 emissions below the world's population. The World Health Organization, UNICEF, have set the goal for universal access to basic sanitation. The United Nations have made it a goal that internet access and literacy be universal by 2030. French demographics annual top forecasted that global literacy will be almost 100% by this year. The World Bank has called for all countries to implement universal by this time. Share has Saudi vision of 2030, Kenya vision of 2030, Saudi vision of 2030, Egypt vision of 2030, Qatar nation vision 2030, National Development Plan 2030, Eritrea vision 2030, Sudan vision 2030. Finland plans on being a smoking country by 2030. The 2030 Commonwealth Games are expected to Formula One is set to become net zero by 2030, and aims to bring back the engines of the engine manufacturers by 2030 or 2031. Poland is projected to have a higher GDP per capita and a connectivity of that. Move on to next set of timeline countdowns. From 2030 to 2033, we expect NASA's Europa program mission searching for life. 2030, we expect global warming to continue to increase. China's nuclear stockpile exceeding 1,000. China's long-march bottom of pollution, the 6G standard is released. Smart grid technology is widespread in developing nations. Coal power is phased out by China. Interstellar messaging arms at times. FIFA World Cup 2030, AI design is the question is the number one global disease. Child mortality is approaching 2%. The Muslim population has increased. Orbital space travel is becoming a major problem. But the UK space industry has quadrupled in size. The Lockheed Martin SR-72 is entering service. Half of America's shopping malls are closed. 8K VR headsets are coming. 100 terabyte HDDs to consumer level. Completion of Saudi Vision 2030. The high large headline out of terms of operation and the entire ocean floor is that was 2030 to 2033. That's a Europa Club mission searches for life. The Europa Club is a massive website to study the smallest world as a flagship class mission, it is one of the costliest and most capable science spacecraft to be launched in history. The uncrewed spacecraft returns from Earth in October 2024 aboard a Falcon during a 21-day mission. It utilizes gravity assist from Mars from February 2025 onward and December 2026 before arriving in Europa in April 2030. The probe is designed to observe the determine its pattern and aid in the selection of one site for future growth. The science goals focused on three environments: water, chemistry, and energy. Specifically, the objectives were to study ice shelf evolution and the existence of nature of water, or the ice possesses of processes of surface ice ocean exchange composition, determine the chemistry and distribution of key compounds and links to ocean composition. Geology, determine the characteristics of formation of surface features, including science and research or current activity. To achieve these goals, large scientific field of contributed by the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, JPL, as well as various research institutes and universities. The electronic components are protected from engineers and transportation by a 150 kilogram machine made of titanium and including tachograph, temperature, phase penetrating radar, thermal spectrometer, neutral mass spectrometer, and high which high radiation one of the hundred possible life energy systems. This maps most of them that have 50 meters resolution, but can also zoom into selected surface areas. These enhancements with the details of small 25 points in size. Looking at 25 points have developed distances ranging from 27 to as close as 25 kilometers or 60 meters. Speed of the machine, you can therefore reach altitudes low enough to cross the 200 without the effect of waves from ice crust and taking sailors. Mechanic sailors a key feature of the machine is that it produces gravity to undergo to change its trajectory while the spacecraft return to a different course of motion with each flyby. Each flyby is a different cycle of the roadway in order to produce near global and 95% topographic survey, including ice thickness. The mission timeline overlaps with ESA's Jupiter Ice JUICE, which studies the Jovian system 23 performing flybys past Europa and Britain before moving into orbit application. Their two missions complement each other with shared data from science and which cause the subsurface condition readily believed to contain more water than all of Earth's oceans as well as guiding the development of future surface measures in the 2030s and 2040s. The next event that we anticipate in 2040 will be global warming continues. Global warming in 2030 is now approaching 1.38 degrees Celsius, 2.3 degrees above the mid-20th century average and continues to increase. During the next decade, it will exceed the 1.5 degrees Celsius threshold agreed at the Paris Climate Accord in 2015. Recent years have seen unprecedented heat waves, droughts, floods, wildfires, tropical cyclones, and other disasters worldwide. Economic losses from water events in 2030 to 25 is greater just averaging more than 250 billion environmental activism and economic levels never seen. This includes the direct use and sabotage of fossil fuel infrastructure alongside increasingly vociferous programs to trigger changes in behavioral lifestyles. In the early 2020s, protest actions have already been subject to increasing criminalization in some countries. With more radicalized youth movements having since emerged, these measures are going to spread further to positive symbols of terrorist organizations in South America and regions of America. Stand in the way of activists and are murdered and created following the COVID-19 pandemic, World Health Organizations had seen a temporary break from a record high of 52 gigatons of CO2 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 gases. They fell below 4.5 gigatons in 2020. However, growth resumed in subsequent years and soon rebounded to pre-pandemic levels. Recent years have seen unprecedented heat waves, droughts, floods, wildfires, tropical cyclones, and other disasters in the world. Economic losses from global warming to 30 to 25 percent greater than just a decade ago, averaging more than 250 billion. One and deeply accepted reasons environmental activism is growing up to almost never seen before. This includes the direct targeting and sabotage of fossil fuel infrastructure, alongside increasingly vociferous campaigns to trigger changes in behavioral lifestyles. The early 2020s protest further to classify some groups as overturned organizations. In South America, other regions of agriculture activists stand in the way of agribusiness agro-electric vehicles are being murdered. While the quarterback delivering announced emissions and receiving temporary after having 52 gigatons of CO2 CO2, CO2 and 20 greenhouse gases developed before. However, growth was in subsequent years and soon beyond pandemic levels. World leaders announced pushing climate targets beyond simultaneously lifting oil and gas projects and subsidies to the fossil issue. Though progress has been made in emissions, the science might not be enough. They continue to rise budgets and some especially for limiting the global emission change system. The world remains on track for 2 degrees Celsius warming by the 2040s and 3 degrees Celsius in the century. Decarbonization in various economic sectors has been uneven. Some areas have seen much improvement, such as the rapid adoption of solar PV, wind power, electric vehicles, and charging and governments have radically supported, while renewables others live under expected to cover a major electric generation. Decarbonization of utilities, decarbonization of utilities, small batteries, and or top solar, for example, is mandatory on all renewable countries. Likewise, the EV market has exceeded growth and is on the verge of surpassing traditional ICE cars in terms of renewable sales. Another promising field is direct air capture EVs, creating negative emissions. Noted multiple types of electronic demonstrate that few points each can be captured with safety. Substantial further investment in renewable technology, private interests, and government funding led to a record increase in by 2030. Some companies have achieved maritime-scale release and automatic and minimizing negative emissions by 2050. But other areas of economic medicine stagnate. For instance, energy consumption is still great, in part due to growing consumer economies. Plant-based meats have risen in popularity, but are nowhere near the level needed sufficient to reduce emissions from agricultural. Meanwhile, culture, rapid and reduction of are still at the early stages of market adoption. They have also been drawn into English groups, cultural groups, with debates over natural versus unnatural that are similar to concerns which have been on food, as well as the financial impact on cultures. Other areas of insufficient progress include energy intensity of residential and commercial buildings, the carbon intensity of industrial processes such as steel making and cement production, the aviation sector, and financing of climate change initiatives around the world. For many countries, the vague word of net zero strategies has led to debates on overall emissions reductions. The share of greenhouse gas emissions with carbon emissions about doubled since 2020 and still accounts for only 40% of the total. The two main forms is pricing system, carbon capture, and capture programs. A third concept has recently been developed, carbon, or similar concept to the global market for carbon. If paired with carbon taxes, the idea would be that every carbon is taxed while sequestering carbon is rewarded to implement the policy and as well as the emissions requires a supranational effort. One of the key functions being to coordinate operations in order to get the carbon currency companies. Analysis to get this type of negotiations accepted with concerns over inflation and the effects on domestic currencies. However, discussions are resuming as the global Next, I have the Chinese nuclear stockpile of the late 2010s, China stockpile. As a result of some of the companies have maintained about 200 worldwide years, rising superpower sought to optimize its in light of artificial intelligence, geopolitical threats, the evolving security dynamics, threats, and its compliance with the Chinese government addresses the string of forces, concerns, and also growing advances in this technology to empower concerns have also brought up advances in this technology by years, which had by 60%. This figure has reached 1,000 by 2030 and is now expected to reach 5 times. This forms part of President Xi Jinping's longer-term goal of establishing a world presence by 100th anniversary of China. In addition to hundreds of naval warheads, China has developed larger military systems on land, sea, and air, and also it is also invested in infrastructure to support solid fuels for solid liquid fuel ICBMs have been constructed with systems now ready for launch and posture or the ability to fire. This rapid escalation of these hybrid tensions between China and its neighbors, particularly India, Japan, these and other nations in Asia Pacific, concerned about the strategic vulnerability are pursuing their own military enhancements. The United States military faces the challenges of maintaining strategic stability. Washington's commitments to its ally are being tested, and it also promotes deterrence with efforts to prevent an all-out arms race. China's exploding arsenal is complicated arms control negotiations and economy, which now have to become also for establishing its huge cargo capabilities across scientific outputs to form our inner service. The next event that we anticipate is the 6G standard release. By 2030, a new software network policy groups is 5G. Early research on the sixth generation 6G had started during the 2010s when China, USA, and other countries investigated the potential for working on high frequencies, whereas the first four mobile generations tended to operate between 700 and 7,000. 5G had expanded its range to tens of thousands of kilometers. Revolutionary technology, it had vastly improved the performance. However, it was not without its problems with exponential overload, traffic, and even other information. Service providers even shorter latencies required for specific for certain specialist applications. This led to the development of 6G based on frequencies ranging from 100 gigahertz to 1 terahertz and beyond. A tenfold boost in data traffic rates made users enjoy terabits per second. So, furthermore, improved network stability and latency achieved the data greater geographic coverage. The Internet of Things already well established is now in potential to grow by moving orders of magnitude and have the ability to control its outputs. Following a decade of research and testing, its rate adoption of 6G in the 2030s. However, wireless television, wireless television are now reaching plateau in terms of progress as it becomes extremely difficult to extend beyond its relevant range. These limits are eventually overcome but require wholly new approaches to effective data physics. The idea of a seventh state, 7G, is also placed by some of the emerging technologies that support the existing wireless communications, making future advances literally rather than generation. Next event that is smart technology being widespread in nations. Current decades have disrupted the effects of energy shocks alongside ever-increasing demand, growing and industrialized population in industry, operating power grids, lockdowns of government enforcement regions, with consumers becoming more conscious of their energy use and capabilities to either monitor and or cut back their consumption. Homes and businesses which can add their own surplus electricity to the system, allowing energy to be transferred in both directions through power grids. This trend of redistribution and localization also maintained large-scale renewables provide, since the grid is now adaptable to the intermittent power output of solar. On top of this, smart grids are also designed with multiple flow transmission lines. This way, local transmission line causing sensors instantly manage area of electricity supplied to the affected area. Crews no longer need to investigate multiple transformers to isolate power, and blackouts are reduced as a result. This also prevents any kind of domino effect from setting off the going up. Overall, this new Internet of Energy is far more sustainable, stable, efficient, and reliable. Energy also improves by paving the way for the way to countries that think they have smart grids or better options for greenhouse gas emissions are reduced by almost 20% in some nations. As the shift to green energy continues, this situation will only expand to even larger scales. Regions emerging grid grids together on country and eventually on continental basis. Next event is grid grids or power grids. During 20th century, Germany obtained its electricity predominantly from fossil fuels, particularly coal, and later also nuclear power. As Europe's largest consumer of electricity, had very high carbon emissions at the sixth level. At the dawn of the 21st century, however, the average presence of climate change appeared as beginning from energy. In 2010, the German government published energy energy transition key policy outlining targets for increasing the share of renewables in power consumption, which included greenhouse gas GHG emission reduction from 50% to 95% by 2050. Following the Japanese Fukushima disaster of 2011, the government moved the use of nuclear power as energy technology, and the decision was taken further to phase out nuclear altogether. Coal power being phased out, and coal power being phased out by Germany. The scroll down. Following the Japanese, I say every single time we start a new section, the next section will be, I say that you just have to throw it. Following the Japanese Fukushima disaster of 2011, the government moved the use of nuclear power as a bridge technology, and the decision was taken further to phase out nuclear altogether by 2023. This move triggered a recent rise in coal to the short run, although renewables were expanded rapidly with solar and wind have a larger share of electric generating capacity. In 2019, the government appointed More than 80% of Germany's electricity is now generated from wind. As part of this transition is now closer for solar energy to be needed on grid each of the country's 16 states must have at least 2% of their more than 15 million of Germany's cars are now electric, as European is targeting phasing out new cars with internal combustion engines by 2035. Germany continues to make progress in reducing gas emissions on its way to net zero by 2050. The next event that we anticipate is the interstellar message despite its relatively close proximity, it has virtual altitude making it too faint to be seen with the eye. It was named after William who, in collaboration with Chief Ebbinghaus, first determined its high copper production in 1912. Its star is 1/4 the mass of the Sun and has 35% of the radius. In March 2017, two planets started from the star. Outer planet GJ2072 was a super-Earth with 2.9 Earth masses found to be about 5% with potential for liquid life on the surface. The inner planet GJ273c had 1.2 Earth masses with 1 much closer, with an orbital year greater than 4.7 days. In October 2017, Project Mars atomic GJ273 was initiated. This would send using improved deep space in the direction of Pluto's in an attempt to extraterrestrial approaches. The project organized around messaging extraterrestrial intelligence and so on. Music festival Marshall's being a series of radio signals and radar from at Grand Jordan, the first transmissions were sent on 16 September with the second batch in April 2018. The first message ever sent to a potential after the accident. The message is a very immediate message I received on February John Carr to Tempest Saturday also included were scientific and mathematical to generate something in binary code designed to be understandable by extraterrestrials. The recording of an unborn baby's heartbeat, along with poetry and deliverance statements. Due to the lack of light speed over distance, subject to realize the earliest possible date for response to arrival would be 2052. The next event that we anticipate is the FIFA World Cup 23. The FIFA World Cup was held from 18th of June to 21st of July 2030. The tournament is especially significant as it marks the centenary of the first ever World Cup, held in July 1930. Back then, 13 teams competed before Singapore the tournaments with this goal for 2 in 2030. A total of 48 teams went. For the first time, 3 countries from 2 continents were hosting the competition. Morocco, Portugal, and Spain additionally participated, and Uruguay retired hosting to commemorate the anniversary. Alongside the special celebration, the first game was played at the Estadio Centenario for which 1935 took place. The second and third games were played at the rest of the games and the opening ceremony at Campo the 2030 World Cup, while undoubtedly an historic and celebrated event, which is just due to its achievement so that the this absolute such material world facing more than 10 that's functions potentials to each 10 program 2020 after the fiction space the ultimate control those such it also Alice materials and everything with master using this time the training data set show its mode of researchers believe that for drug resistant bacteria and could be further testing followed by time trials. These and other the first generation of next event that we anticipate is that when measured by years of life lost depression now has now overtaken heart disease to become a leading global disease. This includes both years lived state of factors lost to future death. Principal causes of depression headlines unemployment found especially the ongoing economic stagnation, however, progress key to love their experience and ensure the continuation of this trend. HR lab focus on sustainable development and the objective is set, which aim to lower under 5 mortality to less than 25 not healthy influence of medical and education large businesses to this is to happen with declines in child mortality from 2015 to 2030. Although some regions in Africa still have accident of 2%, 40% of have major as of gene drugs to control mosquito populations greatly reducing cases. Future cases of prevention and treatment of nature, which is no longer the death sentence it used to be. Some diseases have been eradicated. Paralysis, liver blockers, and rapid treatment. However, the process of gene resistance, even discounting these threats simply practical possible with current levels of technology and surveillance. As such, childhood mortality begins to drop, not reaching zero until much further in the future. Next, the pandemic anticipates causing populations by 2030, showing that populations reach 26%. This country is one of the countries which largest growth rates Ireland, Canada, which include those which have experienced the biggest falls include Lithuania, Moldova, Japan, Ghana, a number of factors have driven this trend. First, because higher fertility rates, more children are born than fathers. Second, a larger share of Muslim. Second, a larger share of the Muslim population is entering working by finding reproductive years ranges 15 to 29. Third, health impact gains in most mature countries. Average of average childhood mortality rates with life expectancy despite an increasing share of the population. The overall rate of growth for Muslims has been too slow compared with decades. Later this century, both Muslim and non-Muslim contributed as the global population stabilizes. The spread of democracy and access to education are emerging as major factors in slowing fertility rates, though it is has yet to sort of represent the population of Christianity. Sunni Muslims continue to report the majority of 90% of Muslims in the portion of the world's Muslims who are Shia has declined significantly, mainly because of relatively low fertility in Iran, where more than a third of the Shias. The next event that anticipated is London switched to a major level for spaceflight. Space Jam, the green light from it's made up of everything from spec rockets to fuel cells to left over from next applications. Space junk can reach up to several meters, but is most often demonstrated by such shape and paint effects. Despite the small size, such a piece of equipment can exist at speeds of 30,000 miles per hour, easily cause significant damage to this besides lack of cancer, as well as Though most land get ocean since the planet's surface is 70% water, a few crash on land, necessitating daily life systems with deep increased regulation of the growth of space, increased regulation as a regulate the growth of space, while better shielding and air technology has reduced the frequency of damage, increased computing power and tracking systems, while also helping to predict path and constructing construct to options to physically move the growth. Look, that's not for satellites that come to decay. So it brings up the atmosphere. Despite this space jump, the next event is created is the continued success of in 2010, the government established the United Kingdom Space Agency. This replaced the British National Space Authority, full responsibility for keeping up to on space exploration represent our country. In all negotiations on space management, space activities, the 2014 increased the space agency over $9 billion to the economy each year and directly affect average birth rate of recognizing its strong potential, the government ran planned for workforce expansion. Newly appointed officers were to establish trigger growth of space tourism launch services by 2050. And these space heavy contributed science and space industry contributes more than 67% to the economy and Yes, for 72. This was followed by yes, sir, 72. Operational yes, sir, 72. The next event much of the 20th century known as the Great Dead States became 2007, the year before the Great Recession. London bonds were America for the first time in half a century. Only a single diplomacy extended politics in ways was built in 2017. The economic influence high changes in capital Then the for the mind starts to see the story. Visualization is completely different from such a like it's not too much. So here, 19 steps is not order so yes, yes, it's all inside contribution to increase the percentage contribution 40%, 65%, increase also to agricultural inside the increase the ratio of individual 13% to increase the capital yeah, more than that, outside these social arts, the development for infrastructure and showcase other through the growth as a destination measure. They included retail, hotel, cultural and residential as well as logistics and plastics where the local business commercialized craft technologies to something happens inside that's fine. Just the developers redefine the traditional layout of city celebration for this feature of connections. Lots of rather than specifying culture has to be mastered. It's businesses also and it's just the developers really all subsidies and the city has now one yes, actions as well yes, that was benefiting from the ocean. Well, also describe other markings for researchers with several and the next event that we anticipate is the high luminosity large hadron high luminosity large hadron which will enter operations in the history of the large hadron new configuration higher over its lifetime, each element collects about 10 times more energy, the dramatic increase in photosynthesis to study more to study more particles with more precision and to search more effective for studying physics. It produces patterns which runs the detailed measurements some have which each outputs have deep questions about personalities. Early years of the 21st century, up to 20% of the portion of the researchers up to having a good person. Some other things that I find are going to be really interesting as we move into the next decade. Child mortality increasing. Hopefully, we can consider just continue to see that number of 2% child mortality rate being reduced. 6G as a standard being released is quite interesting. I'm always about communication and connectivity, no matter where it is, and I always want faster, better, stronger, more efficient. I'm always generally an advocate of that. We really see China rising as a leader in its global position with its nuclear stockpile and exceeded over 1,000 weapons and its non-March 9 rocket, perhaps with little missions. So people issue uh, general features, all these things, ensure that we are not huge contributions when it comes to that. Things like have like you mentioned, it's a sign of the times. Hopefully, these spaces and new places that can be utilized. Perhaps there could be some type of mall of renaissance in some areas. People that are very keen on nostalgia and would like to see people still be able to use it in one way, perhaps not in as larger way as possible, but that's was once the case. Because we do see the thing that was facilities, but perhaps in some areas it might still be some places where that those where they have closed, we can see housing to be these areas to be used for housing. And that we have to assess something to how the ability to cross the Atlantic is really an amazing undertaking. Of course, the entire ocean working map, I think using that particular possible an organization like has mapped the ocean of roads of the earth and many of the areas above the surface to perhaps have some kind of plan of a project to map the ocean floors like a street view. You could have an ocean view. You can actually see the geology of geography of the ocean floor from a real time, or at least a real view in real sites that are depth of the ocean. Other things that I think that probably be interesting are smart grids, certainly AI design of highways. One really interesting one is depression humor, the one global season. And hopefully we're able to develop ways to lessen that. That's unfortunate because of the other reasons, but hopefully we can manage much more better. But yes, those are some of the events that we anticipate. 8K VR headsets, that would be really great. 100 terabyte hard disk drives, consume enough. Absolutely, let's do our best to make these efficient and economical for the average individual. And we really see the rise of Saudi Arabia in many of these discussions alongside China and some of the other industrial powers. With that, do you have anything else that you have? website you are, that are now going into the future whenever you're watching this, to see how accurate that these predictions are. With that, we want to thank you, and we'll see you next time. Cut. Okay, that was great. I know that you're tired, and I get that. I am too. Here's what I want to do, if it's okay with you. Uh, I know I've got a lot of things going with my computer stuff. Hopefully, the amount of time it takes for me to get through each one. I'm going to create a Google document. You know what Google Docs is? Okay, and I'm going to share it with you. Do you have a Google account? Okay, so can you email me your Google account and I'll share it with you? And what this will be are the descriptions for every year that we have, as well as I'm going to do my best to put out press releases for each one of these years. And then you can read them and we can make changes to that as we go. Okay, so you're going to email me your, uh, your, your username will be at your Gmail, and then I will share with you the document. And you did get the descriptions for 2027 and 2028 and 2029 and I'll just keep making them like that. And yeah, this was good. Yeah, what do you think? Yeah, this also good. But I have to keep I have to keep this with me, right? Okay, I know, and we did all that. We did our closing and 2 years. That's all right, excellent. And then if you need me, come to the Discord. All right, take care. Absolutely. Okay, listen. You need to come back. It's like it's your friend. I don't know what is going on. What did you say? It looks like you didn't finish uploading. It says uploading your recording right now, so I'm still uploading. It's still uploading. It went from 43 to 44%. I have, I don't, I have like, I have, I'm gonna, sorry, I don't know. This part. Okay, but what do you just? I mean, can't we just let it upload? I don't know. I'm gonna tell you this call. Okay, what does it say? Are you? Can you send me a screenshot? Yeah. Well, yeah, it's incomplete, but it's still going.
Right.
So it was like just when we started, it was at 44%. Now it's at 47%. So probably in the next, I don't know,
I don't have like
20,
I don't have that number, so I was right. I was right because I don't have that number.
that's okay. What happens when you press resolve?
Resolve is send the email, copy instruction.
Yeah. So right now it's at 48%. So it's gone up 4% just in, it probably be like 20 minutes or so.
Mhm. I hope.
Well, I mean, in the worst case scenario, I've got it. I've got multiple versions. But um, I mean, I just did what you told me to do when you were like, "Can you leave?" And I was like, "Yeah,
I'm sorry, yeah. I was, yes. But now,
that's okay.
maybe.
That's okay." Let me see what it's at now. Okay, it's at 49% now. So it went up like 5%. It's going up like 1% a minute, or maybe a little more. So
Okay, so I will be back in 20 minutes. I hope it will going to do.
okay.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
What's up, Sue? Sue, Sue, how you living, Pam? You were just about paid it what? How did it go? What did they say? Where did you debate? Where in Philadelphia? How did you meet them? What program? Were you in here earlier? Did you meet like Tony like a couple hours ago? Okay, so you might come in here recently, right? Okay. My next question for you is how's CHB doing? Okay. Do you know who potentially is the most beautiful woman ever? Oh gosh, no, not ever. Okay, yeah, we'll do prettiest woman ever from Australia and prettiest living woman from Australia. Are you ready? Okay, who do you think is the prettiest woman ever from Australia? I'll wait. Ever. No, she's very famous. No, she's not alive. No, she died. She died within the last like. Are you gonna answer? Or are you gonna do it yourself on the wall? She was very popular in like 1970. Do you think Olivia Newton-John is pretty? No. All right, now who do you think is the prettiest living Australian? I have a very controversial take on this. Like, it's obvious that you could say Margot Robbie. Like, that shouldn't even be like an argument. There's like that's anyone other than Margot Robbie. Because if you said, well, I think the prettiest living actress, Margot Robbie, I can't really argue with that. She's beautiful. You want to get at her peak in the 1990s. You know what? That's actually you could choose Nicole Kidman, and I'd be okay with that too. Uh, let's not include her. No, she's very pretty. No. You want another clue? This person is a music lover. No, no, it's not that one. Yep. She had like a giant hit in the United States. Giant. And if you look at who, yeah, Natalie. How did you guess this? Did she come from that? Have you seen this woman? You don't know what she looks like? You what? What? Nobody knows. Okay, 0 to 10, how hot is in her peak? Um, Margot Robbie. I'm in agreement with you on that. Though. That's good. Yeah, if you would have said 9.9, I would have said she's not like she's like extremely beautiful. I'm a 10, and everybody knows. But everybody else, yeah. Are you ready to lose? Yeah, I said what? Who's the 7.5? You can give it a picture of yourself, and it'll tell you what you are. Well, it broke when I gave it to it. It said it's never experienced such perfection. That's all that matters. Yeah, so it's all chicks on there. Dude, I'm gonna ask you a question, and this is a serious question. I want you to scale 0 to 10. How good are you at anything? What are you? You think that you're a 4? Okay, I would say that you are a rise and shine. Look who it is, Reverend Andrew. Hope you're doing well. He's still got to get his stuff. Um, I mean, there's a way to get these rankings. Um, if you're above a 1200 in rankings, then you are better than average. And like the highest people in the world are like 1200. Yeah, but you don't play rankings. You haven't played them a lot. I'm at 1300. And I have to work pretty hard. But they changed it. So I used to be better. But that was when you would play 1 versus 1 for 3 holes. Now you play 3 versus like one versus it's 1 versus 1 versus 1, so it's 3 people now, and that definitely adds a lot more difficulty because before if you let's say you won the first hole, all you have to do is play extremely defensively for the second and the third hole, and chances are you're going to win. But not now. Now it's much more difficult. You're pretty good at pool. Are you proud of that? I think it's pretty good too. Top 30,000 or top 3,000? How aren't you better than that? What are you in? Four connect four or whatever, four across. I know, why is that? You know your dog, you're absolute garbage. Did you watch 100 in what? 66. But you definitely got future plans. You gonna go? What was that? So, wish I've been listening 5 years straight. You went to shit. See what that? You proud of that shot? Dude, look how good a shot this is. Dude, look how good a shot this is. You can't touch that shot. Nope. You're done. You're done. Oh, terrible. Have you ever seen anybody get this one too? Dude, you're done. It's over. You can't make that shot. It's too far. You're short. So did you know we're tied? It depends on the individual. So you're gonna make this shot. You want to bet you're want something like the box there is good. Let's go. And that's dude, you don't know. Oh, what a shot. Oh, stop. Did I F you? Did I F you? Never mind. Oh, it's good. Good. It's a good shot. Now it's big gun. Now I'm gonna F you. Get right in the head. hard. Oh, like Michael? What happened to Michael? Do you know what they're going to name it? Yeah, I don't know. That was a tough shot. I would name it. Dude, what do you think of the shot? That dog. Or that was dog shit. No way, dude. Dude, that was garbage, dude. Are you proud of yourself? Lenny Bruce, perhaps the most influential comedian of all time. He was jailed because of his belief in freedom of speech. Like, he used to not be able to say, like, bad words, and he fought for it, and they put him in jail, and he basically went bonkers because, or they arrested him. And he didn't do hard time. He fought for freedom of speech, and I think that's extremely Zoo, Zoo, who is a comedian that you think made a recommendation made? Uh, the second, the second person to Rodney King. The third one perhaps should be Richard Pryor. Maybe like a Bill Cosby movie would be Judah. Why can't you do that? Bill Cosby is still loved for his art across the United States. Did you know this too? Yeah, that would be a big one. What's your favorite Robin Williams movie? That's a good choice. Did you ever see Patch Adams? Yes or no? Wait. Did you ever see Mrs. Doubtfire? What did you think of it? I understand that. What about? Did you ever see Good Will Hunting? What are your thoughts on it? Do you know who won instead of him? I, I was just thinking to myself, who beat him out? But that is why he won the Academy Award. That's probably my favorite version of it. My favorite movie. It's phenomenal. I love that movie. Well, I did not go to that school. I went to a school that had school and was aside from the learning aspect of it, outdoors, being around, just like have that no captain, my captain mentality. I know. So, based on um, I don't know. It's like based on like schools like Phillips and Now here's my question. Here's, here's my question for you. Sam. Are you ready for my question for you? How would you rank your last mini golf? Yeah, I'm good. You did really well. Probably. Four. The way I played was not good. You got an immense advantage going first with that first hole, and then from there you just basically had to go down. Hold up, man. I'm gonna limit how many times people left this podcast, so I look for an alternative. Here's my question for you: did you watch Kill Tony last night? Do you know anything about Kill Tony from last night? Do you want to know everything about it? Too bad. I'm going to tell you. It was their Intuit Dome episode, so it was live from Los Angeles, or it was a taped version from Los Angeles, and the guests were Gabrielle Places. Do you know who that is? Fluffy. Okay, good. And then it was uh, Harlan Williams. You know who that is? Zoo, do you know who Harlan Williams is? He's like a Canadian comedian who has been in. He was in like Dumb and Dumber and Half Baked, and then Adam Ray came on and played Tony Hitchcock. Is that the greatest story that you've ever heard? So, they played Madison Square Garden last weekend, over the weekend this week. So, do you know what Madison Square Garden is? So, do you know what Madison Square Garden is? Okay. Well, they they played it this weekend. Were you aware of this? What's the biggest, like, would it be bigger? Is the biggest thing to play in Australia the Sydney Opera House? Do you think that it looks like a plate full of dishes or a sink full of dishes? Do you think it looks like a dish rack? Is that a stadium? So, as a comedian, you would rather play the Melbourne Cricket Ground than the Sydney Opera House? I would rather play the Rhino. I would say these are hallowed grounds. This is where Zoom made their debut in 2025. Actually, you did it before, but you became a professional. What happened? So the writing room used to be somewhere else. So the writing room that they referenced, like from like 10 years ago, is a different one than today. All right. And do you feel like the writing room is better? Were you ever in the old one? Which one do you like more? Do you think that James McCann likes the new one more as well? Oh, how many groups are there at the writing room? Yeah. It has 5 comedy rooms. You know that's an immense amount of places that have comedy. What's the largest one hold? Okay, but what's it hold? It holds 103 people, 180 people. I mean, why wouldn't you just say 180? Okay, and James McCann sells it out. Okay, and how much are tickets? Oh, like that girl? Oh, tight. So can you see any show you want at the Rhino Room for free? Why not? Okay. What is it? What's okay? What does that mean? During Fringe Festival? Yo, dude, when are they gonna make the raw comedy available? You're asking me which one? The one that you were for which you were a finalist, or the Melbourne on television? The 11th. I don't know. Yeah. Did you say that they were going to have it online? Okay, what happened? Okay. No, you said that raw comedy was supposed to air. Okay, when's it supposed to air, Doc? I know what happened to it. What happened to it? It's dead? What do you mean? Doc, what do you mean? Okay, what does it say? It's the shoe, dog. What's the deal? What is the deal? Okay, well, what do you think's going to happen? They're just never going to hear it? You don't think they're ever going to hear it? You don't think they're ever going to hear it? Didn't you say it was like a big deal, like Triple J? Did they put out a, like, is it on YouTube or anything? Dude, imagine how pissed off you would have been if you would have won that whole comedy tournament and then they didn't air it. Oh, I'd be mad. Do you think I want to watch the other years? I'm going to watch your year. Was CHB a finalist? Did she win her heat or was she a wild card? Do you think you could have won her? Do you think you could have won her heat? Could have won her heat? So you think she's funnier than you are? Oh, okay. So you don't think that CHB is funnier than you are? I know, but uh, I'm asking you a different question. Do you think that you are funnier to a rational audience than CHB? I mean, no doubt. In a room full of crypto Plato enthusiasts, you're dominant. Dude, I have one of the greatest questions. Go ahead. What is your fringe? What is that? I know, and it's in March. So are you talking about for next year? And how do you think it's going to go? Do you think that's going to happen? No, they're going to reject it. Don't you think? They're going to say, what is your comedy? And you're going to be like, Epstein, Bill Cosby, and uh, Amish orgies. I'm a funny person. I already know I'm the funniest person in the history of Australia. So, are they going to show the rock comedy? Yes or no? Do you think they'll show it this year anytime? So when are you gonna make that door less squeaky? When are you gonna make that door less squeaky? Right. So is CHP on the website of some radio station in Australia? Is CHP on the website of a radio station in Australia? Okay, what is that? PBS? Okay. And have you ever listened to her show? Why not? Isn't she like your friend? You don't like CHP? Okay, why is that? At one time you kind of had a crush on her. Yeah, you did. You were in love with her. No, she's always been CHP again. It's like at first I wanted her to do well, but then, then, then she didn't want fans. Anyone who doesn't want fans doesn't deserve my love. Do you think CHP is the funniest person in the Rhino Room on Monday? Funniest woman? Dude, do you think CHP is the funniest woman at the Rhino Room? Dude, do you answer questions? Dude, what the dude, what is your music? Dude, 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 Yo, it uploaded. It uploaded.
Thank you.
Is that what you were checking?
Yes.
In what world does 20 minutes mean 1 hour?
I read something up and I forgot. And
Okay. Did you send me your username on Google yet?
not yet. I will go.
Okay, and then I'm gonna create a document for you. Okay.
Yeah. I will go soon as I can.
Okay.
My best cannot be to work.
1,000% big dog.
Okay. Okay. I'm going I'm going to check and I'm going to call you or text you and if it is everything okay.
What are you gonna do?
When I check if everything's okay, if the result.
Okay, don't call or text. Just come in here and tell me it's good.
Okay. Okay. So I got you soon. Bye.
Bye. Yo, what do you think is it? I do too. Did you send me your thing? I might try to stay up pretty late because I have um, I have a podcast this afternoon. But while you're here, I'm making something for you. So just stay here for a second. I'm almost done. We can go through it together.
What is that?
You're gonna find out. Are you excited? When can we go through it? Okay, very good.
still do my
Okay. All right. I'm going to share this with you. You could just do what I want you to do. Take a look at it. Okay. Okay, are you looking at it?
you do some of that.
It should just be shared with you.
Yeah.
Okay, did you
It's,
okay, did you open it?
yes.
Okay, so here's what I want you to do. Do you see like 2027?
I see. I see here. I show YouTube timeline. Everything.
So I make the description for us, but I like Sheets limits the amount of information you can put in a cell. So I just created what I would make for you. So this is what you do when you've uploaded it and it says for the description. You put whatever I put in as the title. Do you see that? Or I'm sorry, apologies. It says put in a title. Do you see it start with a smiley face? Yeah, look at it. Look at it on your computer. Okay, so it's organized by year. Do you see the title? It says Smiley Face 2027 Future Timeline Discussion with Rabbi Rothschild, hashtag Rabbi, live podcast special. Okay, so that's the title. I made sure that it's under 100 characters so that it's just you copy and paste that, okay? Now, I want you to go to open up ChatGPT, okay? Okay, do you see where it says futuretimeline.net link? I want you to copy it for 2027. Okay, now I want you to paste it in ChatGPT, but don't press enter or anything. Just put it in the text box of ChatGPT, okay? Excellent. And then next to futuretimeline.net link, do you see prompt? It starts take the timeline content I provide. Okay, now copy that and also put it into the box in ChatGPT, okay? So in the ChatGPT box, that's what we want. We get to use 5,000 characters, so we want to use it. Okay, so did you copy it and put it in the box with ChatGPT? Okay, now press enter. So, do you see it made a description for 2027? So that's all you do, and that will create the description every time. I was going to do that for you, but I can't put it all in the in the in the uh, in the sheets. It's too much information. So that's all you do. You take the link with that prompt, and it will give us the description. And then at the end, does it have all the links? And it has that. Okay, you like it, right? Okay. So now you've got it for the next section. Yeah, I mean, that's we're going to do in the future after that, but they're not in every year, so we'll be doing it like in sets of 100 years then. But that's a lot of podcasting in the future. So this is what you need, right? You've got everything you need. It's got hashtags, it's got the links, it's got the correct description. So all you need to do now is upload each year, edit the ending so that it's that one that we did together, and then you've got everything, right? Okay. So is there anything else that you need? Try 2030. We already did 2030. Try 2030. I know. So you copy the 2030 link and you put it into ChatGPT along with the prompt, and it will make a perfect description for us, and they'll all look the same. Because I'm smart. Okay. Excellent. Now I think it'll work up to 2060. After 2060, it might go in like sets of 5 years or whatever. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're good for the next few decades. Okay, and we'll make changes to it in the future as we need because it gets into like 10 million years, 10 billion years. You get what I'm saying? basically, this is the timeline that we use. And do you have any questions?
No, about this one, I understand better.
Okay, and um, and you've got the title. Now, a question that you may have is, Rabbi, why do we have a smiley face at the beginning? The reason why we have a smiley face at the beginning is it's a subconscious thing that people see a smiley face and they think happy, they click. So that's the only reason. I could have used anything. I could have used a red circle. I could have used the check mark. But smiley face, even if you don't know English, it's going to put you in a slightly better mood when you see that.
That's cool. That's
Exactly. Okay. So at least for the descriptions, you have them now, and I don't have to email them to you every single time. And they're all standardized. And uh, so you should be good then. And we've got so you have 4 hours of content to publish. That's a lot of time.
yeah.
Exactly. So now the only other change, uh, and it's not necessarily a change, the press release. So I'd like to put out a press release for each one of these, and we can coincide with when it gets released or whatever, or when you publish it. But I won't worry about that too much right now. And the reason is I can't just keep putting out press releases. You can put out 5 a month. I do have multiple accounts, but right now we're okay. We'll put them out as we do them. So there will be a press release with each one of these as well. Hopefully, as long as everything works the way that we want. And I had Reverend Andrew press release that was really good. And he said there was some redundant part. There's a redundant part, but I explained it. I didn't want to go into any depth into it because we were going to go into a lot of depth in the future with our discussions. So he understood that. So from that perspective, we should be all set. Okay.
Yeah. Little bit. You want it. Yeah. So,
Thank you. Good. Excellent. Well, I appreciate it. And I'm here for the anything else. But right now, we should be good. And so you've got some editing to do. You know that, right? Okay. But there's no rush. You can put this out in a week, or whatever. Like, there's no rush. Um, you've got other podcasts to schedule and everything. But you may say, Rabbi, why don't I have access to edit this document? Because you don't really need to edit it. It's there, and I want to kind of keep it locked in case you accidentally type something. And what happened? I don't know what happened to it. So if you do need to make a change, there's a request. You can request to make a change, but you shouldn't really need to make anything. All the information is there. You just copy and paste it.
yeah. Can you go on Twitter and what I found your this is good.
Oh, this is great. Uh, yeah, how to post this. It's just good. Yeah, I mean, just you can't base everything on that. I know we're a society that wants immediate response, but you never know. Maybe it's the time you posted it. maybe people don't want the extinction. They may not want it. But this is a really cool thing about our discussion. Every single section that we do could be its own tweet. I'm not saying to do that. But if we wanted, we could make a YouTube short out of it or an Instagram reel or whatever. It's all usable content. Excellent. But I think that's really good. I reposted it. If I think it's good, I will post it. You may have to tell me that you posted something, but yeah, that's great.
I need to get on
No, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm afraid of losing it, so I don't touch it. I don't touch my thing because I've lost so many other ones. You just randomly lose it, and you don't know why. And there's a huge amount of people on Reddit who say that they lose their accounts that way. So I don't interact with anybody. I do with other accounts, but they're stuck. It's just too much of a risk.
get it. And then everything will be on it will be so good.
And because we're putting out, because we're putting out, uh, because we're putting out press releases, ChatGPT may know who you are.
It's because
So you're not quite known on there yet, but our pieces have been out for like 2 weeks. So just you gotta give it like at least a couple weeks, but it'll learn who you are. So that's yeah. I mean, it's starting to learn who you are. It just doesn't know a whole lot about it. So uh, you you have everything that you need for the descriptions, and now just whenever we have time, we'll just schedule. And I'm not saying every time we have to do 2 hours. That's a lot, but it's good to get a good start. It's just to get the ball rolling. And especially now, we don't have to do intros. We can just get right into it. And I know you were like, "Hey, 2030." It doesn't have less information. It's also the start of a decade. And start of decades, you've got to get into like every country with their like initiatives and stuff. But 2031 should be less than 2030. Same with 2030. And then I think once we get to 2060 or something, they start to get smaller.
I don't know, but I'm not seeing your photos. It is stupid.
It's showing that I requested it. Let me check my timeline to make sure it's there. So it's showing up for you now. Okay.
So maybe, just maybe, when we are, this is the one of the greatest people in the history of the world.
Perhaps it does.
right now I am going to the Amazon for Reddit.
Oh, yeah. So the credits. If I were you, do whatever you want, but just exact use the exact same title and the exact same description that we have. And just make that the post with your link.
I no, 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 no. I am going for the videos from our videos. I'm going to put that on Reddit.
Okay. Um, why don't you do them in order from like your first one, like in chronological order?
I am my profession. I am in profession because I can be options, but I am trying to
I get that. I'm saying if I were you, your Reddit is completely blank. You go in and you put the first podcast you ever did was your first post. Then the second one that you ever did in your second post. And the third one, and the fourth one, and the fifth one. I was like number 25 or something.
yeah. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so do number one, two, three, four, five. Do those first.
So right now, you tell me to get first episode reading about future Daniel.
And yeah, do it when we you know, when we're up to my number. Do all your early ones first. Then it's like a library. When you go to the library, it's very organized, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, oh, here's number 25 is number one. Okay, that doesn't make sense. Number one should be number.
Okay.
Make sense?
What about LinkedIn?
LinkedIn, you do whatever you want to do there. Don't be
You are an interesting person.
thank you, my friend.
Okay, I have a best
Wait,
question.
wait, 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 hold on. You know who tells me that a lot? Women. Women. It's like we have a, I know, we have a new friend here. What's up, like 7 years? How are you? Oh, you're from YouTube? You're really hard to hear. Tony, are you live on YouTube right now? Wait, Tony, can you hear Lightyear?
I can hear it very well.
Yeah. Can you talk closer to the microphone, Lightyear? Lightyear, how'd you find out about me, my friend? Oh, you saw my live stream on YouTube? Oh, amazing. Do you see how many live streams I have going? Okay, here, if you want to see it, this Discord, there's a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. There's a link in there. It, it'll take you to YouTube, and it'll show you all the different places you can view me, all on YouTube. I'm all live right now. Have you ever seen someone on so many different lives? Yeah, so you should see like 15 live accounts right there. Yeah, exactly. A huge amount. And I'm live on more than that just on YouTube. And then I'm live on Rumble, and I'm live on Twitter, and I'm live on Twitch, and I'm live on a lot of different places. So you were just going through YouTube and you were like, hey, here's somebody who says come to my Discord. Oh yeah. Yeah. Type in Rabbi Rothschild you'll see I'm live on like 10 different Twitches. Just type RABBI. Yeah, do you see? There's like a bunch of them. Yeah, exactly. And I've got more than that, but they are under different names. So yeah, like I stream differently than anybody else. So you were just randomly going through YouTube and you saw me stream. Is that how it happened? Oh, okay, so you didn't hear me on a podcast or anything, right? That's okay. So do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. It's a pleasure to meet you. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. As you can tell, I'm live on a lot of different accounts, 24 hours a day. I've been doing this. Like, how long do you think I've been doing this? Taking very close, yeah, about 5 years. So I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is a huge amount. I've been doing this since the pandemic. And data is Earth's number one resource. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which I'd like in the future when I get known and go viral. I'd like to make you and everyone who's helped me along the way financially independent. I really want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Like, how does that sound? Well, I hope it sounds good to you. So you're always welcome in here. I'm live 24 hours a day. I have some people who live alongside me in here. Brandon lives alongside me in here. We have some of our other friends who spend a huge amount of their day in here. We've got our friend Brandon who is sleeping in here. We've got Sue who is checking in from Chicago. We've got Tony who's checking in from Europe. So welcome. Oh yeah, hopefully later. That's a positive signal. You can see below here, I have a lot of different voice channels, including 24/7 radio stations, and you can hear lo-fi music. And we do have limited here though. Um, some in particular who sleep in here, they're currently out and about right now, but it's very different. The only thing that we ask is that you're at least 18 years old. When you're at least 18 years old, what'd you say? Pardon me? Um, they're not the major things necessarily, but we do. They're not like there's no nudity or anything like that. So if I may ask, like, if you're at least 18 years old, okay, excellent. That's all. Thank you. So yeah, and we watch sports in here, we watch movies in here, we play games in here. So you're always you're welcome to live in here if you want to. So do you have any questions right here? Not now. Okay. Well, if you do, let me know, and I'll be happy to help. What's going on, Sue? What'd you say? What's your new gig? Okay, where is that? It's a website. Okay, I absolutely love it. Tony, you still there, big guy? Yes. Okay. So, in terms of you got the description, you got everything that you need. I don't know when we'll do another one. Probably not tomorrow, but definitely maybe by the weekend we'll do something. And then we just keep grinding it out. Okay.
you think that one guy will come back?
You never know. I get some people who are like, oh yeah, I'll live in here, and then they never come back. And then I get some people who just pop in for like Brandon. Brandon popped in for a second when he first started. And then little by little, he brought more accounts in. I didn't talk with Brandon for like the first 2 weeks. He was just in here. And then one day, I was like, hey, how are you? What, and I asked, like, do you know anything about me or do you know anything tell you about myself? And then I got to know Brandon, and Brandon's been in here 24 hours a day for more than a year. He's the, aside from my accounts, he's the #1 streamer in here. And if you combine all of his accounts, he's the #1 streamer all time.
No, like they are biggest teams.
I can tell you this: Discord tells you how much you stream over the course of a year. Every December, it does a wrap up, and I can tell you myself, I'm not in the top 1%. I'm not in the top 0.1%. I'm in the top 0.01%. And Brandon streams as much as I do in here and in other Discords, and Brandon does it with more accounts in here. So you make
He's better than
well. Here's the thing: I stream more, but I don't do it from as many accounts, just on Discord. I mean, I'm live on YouTube and all kinds of other places. Right here, Brandon's live on 5 different channels, more than 6 different channels. Yeah, so if you combine Brandon over the course of 1 year, he puts out about 6 years worth of content in the archive. I only put out two, but Brandon isn't live streaming himself on YouTube, and I am on like 15 different channels.
Yeah.
Again,
I was like saying, if always is going to say he's good at it. I was like, I'm waiting for this.
you know that's not going to happen. You know that's not going to happen. Absolutely not. I'm the best. Tony, if you're going to learn anything about me, I'm the best. I told Zook this morning that I'm the best. He knows it. You know it. Everybody.
I can beat you with football, with chess. I can beat you with nothing. So you don't say here, but if you don't little more,
All I care about is who streams the best, and I stream better than anybody.
I do you are best.
That's true. Okay, so what's on your agenda? Didn't you say you were going to bed? Not yet. It's still early. Yeah, you're gonna be doing some editing, right?
Yeah, I didn't think any I don't know what fiber. So today I'm trying to get it wrong. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. And Zoo, when are you going to be on Tony's podcast? Okay.
Zoom is healthy for 1 million subscribers.
No. Zoo does podcasts that are much, much more. Zoo does podcasts that aren't even on YouTube or Spotify. He does like Instagram podcasts. So he'll do yours. How many followers do you have on Instagram?
I write 156.
Okay, there you go. But how many followers do you have on YouTube?
Oh, I think I have around 6,000.
Okay, that's the amount of people who Zoo did a podcast. So
I think I have 1,083.
okay, so Zoo, why don't you start making plans? Uh, let's see here. Zoo, if you were going to schedule a podcast around this time, be a good time. Okay, when would be a good time for you? Oh, so Tony, 12 hours from now, nothing, but like that'd be good. You can do a podcast.
check with I'm not
I mean, what time is it where you are right now?
17, 7, 17.
Okay, so then that would be 7, 8. That would be like 7 a.m. in the morning.
I get it.
Okay, we can do that. So I'm not saying anything for sure, but just we're planting the seed in Zoo 10 because Zoo's a big time comedian. We want to hear how funny Zoo is. And then we're gonna get, and then we're gonna get Reverend Andrew up there. And Reverend Andrew's gonna talk your ear off about all kinds of stuff. So,
So even you can make
no,
so I'm gonna let him do that.
Zoo won't make fun. It's amazing. Okay. And no. Okay, I'll just oh yeah, definitely. But play Tony. Play Tony right now.
I don't understand. Okay, I'm stupid right now.
Tony. The way that we say this in English is explain to me like I'm five. So Zoo, explain. Yeah, okay, so send him the link and then they'll play it. You don't get to play through. You have to go through Tony to get to me. You have to go through Tony to get to me. That's true. That's very legitimate. Okay, well, we'll see. Play him in the Czech version. I bet he'll beat you there. Oh, Zoo will play you in chess. Hold on, Zoo will play you in chess. Zoo plays chess. Tony, send him an invite on Discord. I'll watch. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Send him the invite. Zoo will play chess with you. No, not chess.com. No, Discord. Just send him an invite in Discord right here. Okay. Do you see at the bottom where it says applications? Next. Yeah, I know on your phone. On your phone, there's like, it says, here, are you on the iOS collection? Okay. Um, do you see that? Calm down. Okay. I know it's, I know it's, I know. Calm down. Okay. Hold up on your screen. Do you see it says activities? At the very bottom, you swipe up and okay. Zoo, just start a game, Zoo. Zoo knows how to do it. He'll start a chess game and then you just go in there and join. Zoo, you're first. Okay, no one is paying attention to that. Just Zoo, send him an invite. It'll take 5 minutes. This guy plays speed chess. Zoo. Oh, yeah. Get out of here. Take care, Zoo. maybe I'm the best. You know.
Why is it not there?
He doesn't know. He is. He can. He's shy. Yeah, exactly. But I have some people who will play with you, and we'll get hopefully Reverend Andrew to play with you. We'll get you.
In the future, you can be headed in Chelsea in the future.
I can be edited in chess league. Yeah, yeah. Have you still kept your streak out? Yeah, that's good. Even when you were having trouble living places,
Every day.
and you play on your phone,
Yes.
that's wonderful.
I am on 1,037 days.
That's phenomenal. Wow, we've known each other some time. I remember like I remember when we first met. I was like, this person, they're gonna think I'm weird. They think I'm weird. They don't recognize I'm too cool for school. Yeah, and I was like, um, when you came in here, it was something like, oh, if you come in here, we're gonna be friends for the rest of our lives. In a way, uh, I I at least felt that way. Like, oh, once they're in the Discord, this this person has no idea. All the other podcasts they've done, those people leave their lives immediately. But mine, I'm gonna be on this person like white on rice.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So like, should I do this? Like, what could I? He was thinking before we get first episode or after we get first episode.
Um, I I knew I could teach you a lot because you're young and inexperienced, and especially when it comes to social media, I'm in many ways the world's foremost expert in some things. And it was like, oh, he doesn't have a link tree. Oh, he doesn't have a logo that's like consistent. Oh, like there were these like his description needs work. English isn't his first language, so I could probably help him with his vocabulary. And so I just saw that like you were someone who I could help, and if you would be open to it, I'm sure that we could potentially be good friends. Did I think you would be in here as much as you are? No, I didn't. But I'm overjoyed that you are. I love that we're really good friends, and that more than anything, I'm glad that we're doing this futurism podcast. Like honestly, I could care less about the other four that we did. They were, frankly, not my best work. The uh, the futurism podcast that we're doing is both of our best work. It takes a lot of work. It's not always that interesting. It's a lot of work to reach 2 hours straight, or today, like 2.5 hours. But we know that, like, we'll send this to uh, Reverend, and he'll have like a whole year to go through, and it'll be really interesting.
So anything you ever dive into ever to preserve this someone after that they go immediately on your sleep or you do the first one?
Mm, yeah, I have. Uh, Usually, when I do an episode with someone, which is they say to a series, they're not a really popular. If they're like, if they have under 10,000 viewers or whatever, subscribers, a lot of times they'll like, I did one in April, the guy and I talked, and he wanted to do a 5-part series with me. And somebody else, we did a 3-part series. And I've had other people who are like, I had one guy who was like, I wanted to have you on every 2 weeks, but his job got busy, and I understand that. But I do get a lot of people who want to have me on more regularly, and then they say, of just about everyone I say, they say, if something comes up and you want to be on again, let me know. And then I say to them, hey, 1 year from now, let's do this again. I'd like to make sure that we continue like a timeline every year. And they're generally very open.
What can I get on looking the discussion?
No, a lot of people, it's a different world. They don't know, they don't do Discord. Discord's really a big thing for gamers. And no, I mean, yeah, I mean, like they're married, they're professionals, they have children, they don't have time to be spending their whole lives on the internet. They basically get paid to podcast, and then when they're done podcasting, they don't want to be on the internet. They want to be playing with their kids or, spending time with their spouse. And I get that. Like if you had a wife and children, when you were done with your podcast, you wouldn't be on Discord. You would go for a 40-hour-a-week job. And that's what a lot of these people do. That's exactly right. You don't have a job. If you had a job, you wouldn't be in here right now. You'd be at your job, right? Well, and I do get people who do that. But many of them are like they may not be so big for podcasts. Like one of the guys who the first guy I did a podcast with this year in April, he's like 77 years old or something. He doesn't do Discord. Some of the other people, they're not very big into Discord. To be honest with you, Discord is really big for people who are into Discord. For people who don't do Discord, they don't like it. I get some people like, I just don't like Discord because I don't like the name. It sounds strange to me. It's Discord. It's like disorganized. And I was that way when I first started too. People would say, Rabbi, you need a Discord. And I would be like, I don't know what that is. And even if I did, I don't like the name of it. Frankly, I don't like the name of Twitch. Twitch is not a good thing in terms of behavior. It means you like move without a conscious knowledge of what you're doing. Like a Twitch, it's something that like is a nervous thing. I don't like that. I like confidence, and the fact that it's called Twitch, I haven't really ever liked, but it is what it is. There's a lot, so I'm trying to think exactly what I would say. You're very consistent. The thing that the fact that you've done the chess as much as you have is impressive. Um, you 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 like to know people's opinions. That's not a good or a bad thing. You just like to judge how people feel. You very much compare yourself to other people, which is a natural thing to do. It's always healthy. You 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 care a lot about what stuff works. Am I wrong? And frankly, I don't give you enough credit. English is not your first language, and you have to translate in your head everything that I'm saying, and then be able to respond back. And that's really difficult. You are you have proven to me that you are the thing that I would say that makes me think that you're going to be successful, believe it or not, is your chess longevity. To say that you can do something every day is very rare, especially in the modern age. The fact that you can do that is amazing. But the fact that we do a podcast for 2.5 hours and you're not like, I can't stop, just stop. I can't do this anymore. Like you, I mean, after like 1 hour, I'm like, okay, you ready to do the next year? And you're like, yeah, let's do it. Like you and I both know that it's not fun. I don't like reading for an entire hour or 2 hours. It's a lot of work, and it's not easy reading. These are like really difficult to pronounce countries and chemicals and things like that. However, we both recognize the value of this information to the future generations. The fact that you see the vision is incredible. Um, that's an amazing aspect of yours, and it's an amazing characteristic of yours. You see visions very well, and not everybody does. Some people are very close-minded to what they see, but you see if there were somebody, for just our sake, if there were somebody who's been live streaming their life on the internet for 40 years at this point, they would be a very famous person. It just takes time. More and more that you do it, the more and more people find out about you, the more and more interaction that you're going to get out of those things. And you recognize the vision. That's how I feel, and that's what I'm doing. I would say that you are really good at you're very personal, and that's good. Like you're easy to get along with. There are sometimes people who come in here, and I don't know if they're going to get along. And frankly, they haven't had a class yet, but I know they will, and I have to step in and say, "Hey, be nicer" or whatever. Um, but like I don't have to worry about that with you. You've got a very good demeanor. Um, so, like in those terms, I think you're really a wonderful person. You're going to make a really great catch as a boyfriend in the future to some girl and as a spouse to somebody. That's just a matter of time. Um, I would say you're you get distracted easily, but we all do, and you can work on your accountability. When you say, "I'll be back in 20 minutes," is it really going to be 20 minutes? And if you can't get back in 20 minutes, you can always come in and be like, hey, it's going to be another 30 minutes or whatever. Apologies. But you always have to be thinking from the other person's perspective, how is this being interpreted? Because in the future, when I tell them 20 minutes, I really want them to think it's going to be 20 minutes because that's really what I want it to be, and not necessarily, oh, uh, Tony said 20 minutes, so that could be 6 hours or whatever it is. There are some people in here who I know, and this is just how they are. They'll be like, I'll be right back. And I know I won't talk to them till tomorrow. It's just how they are. And then there are other people who say, hey, I'll be right back. And I know they will be back in 5 minutes. They're just being there. And then, it's whatever. Now, am I perfect at this? No. Sometimes I say, I exaggerate and things like that. It's just how people do me. But generally, I do my best to be as accountable as I can to people. If I can tell you 5 characteristics that are really good in life to have, Tony, those would be accountability, which is, are you, can I, that you do what you say you're going to do. It's as simple as that. Integrity. Can I trust you? Excellence. Do you do things to the best of your ability? Teamwork. Do you work well with others? And you can get into like, do you promote things for the greater good? Do you try to make things as good as possible? When you combine those 5 aspects with both quality and quantity, you will be very successful. But you have to always kind of be thinking of this. So I know I've taken a long time. You could say, Rabbi, one of the things that you do, you never shut up, and I understand that too. But did I answer your question?
Yes. Yeah. You, you know, yeah, because it's like this. You know, for it, it's supposed that you like to watch it.
Well, you're doing a good job, and when I first met you, you were very, and you still are, but very focused on results, which is always good. Results driven philosophies are good, but like sometimes not the right results. Like, oh, that's flashy. Oh, that gets the girls. Oh, that makes you very popular. Oh, that gets you a lot of money. Those are those are some representation of what success can be. But really, the important thing is, are you happy? Do people like you? That's what's really important. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, okay. If somebody asks you, tell me one thing about Tony, but one thing you can characterize him.
He's very consistent.
I'm sure I'm following your episode every day.
No, that's fine. That's fine. And that's like one of the highest compliments I can give you is that you're very consistent. Um, and you're getting better. But the fact that you've done 1,000 chess games in your life, 1,033, that shows that you can put together success, whether you win the games or lose the games. You started about 3 years ago saying to yourself, I'm going to try to be good at chess. I'm not good at it, and I want to be good at it. And that is such a beautiful, it really, I mean to use that word, such a beautiful streak that you have going. And you know what? If you got hit by a bus tomorrow and you couldn't do it for a few days or whatever, I know that you would continue to do it, and you would. It's just something about you. You feel good when you have that checked off. Okay, I got that done. I got that done. I got that done. Something that I've been doing. I've been doing this live stream for like 1,700 days. That's good. But one thing that I count every day, I teach a class, and I've been doing it for 220. Today I'll do my 228 straight day of it, and it's for at least an hour a day. It's a long time. Reverend Andrew saw it yesterday, at least portions of it, and there's a lot that goes into it. But I keep saying to myself, I want to do this for the rest of my life. In addition to live streaming my life, I'd like to at least teach an hour of class every day. And when you can start putting together long periods of time like that, that's very impressive. And maybe that's only what I think is interesting because I like consistency. But you'll find, especially in the modern age, people aren't as consistent as they once were. And for you to put together that amount of consistency is really important. And you will get into a period of your life where you're putting out a podcast every day. And you'll make podcasts so that even if you're unable to put something out, you've got one that you could just, it's already uploaded. All you have to do is hit publish. You'll get to that. You know how to do that? Exactly. So you basically, just like bullets in a gun, you can have them ready to go. So that, let's say you go on vacation, you're going to go on vacation for 3 days. You can schedule their release, and then they just go and they'll be launched for you automatically.
Maybe, yeah, I think that would be, yeah, maybe one day I will be very famous.
Oh, for sure. If you do anything in life consistently enough, chances are you will gain fame from it if that's what you want.
I will be an actual speed.
I think you'd be more famous than I show speed, especially in the future. No one will know about I show speed 1,000 years from now. They won't care about it. He's a guy who can do backflips and goes to the World Cup. You will have made, alongside me, predictions about millions of years into the future. That's what would be important. I show speed isn't talking about 100 terabyte hard drives or reducing the infant mortality rate to 2%. He's not talking about this. You are.
What are you doing in this thing for your birthday? What is your special?
Uh, well, I have celebrated five. Let's see, I celebrated maybe five birthdays in here. And think the early ones, I don't like to do a lot from the book club. I really don't. I remember what I did last year. Um, I so last year, well, it was 227 days ago. I can tell you that because I started doing my class, and I said to myself, I made a video on my birthday, and I said, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life. I've been planning on teaching these classes, and now I want to, and I want to do it every day. And I was just very confident. I was like, I know I'm going to do this the rest of my life. I'm almost like absolutely sure. Like, I just know it. I have a lot of confidence that I can do this. And sometimes I want to do something, but I don't ever give it a rhythm. But this was one I absolutely knew that I was going to do. And that's the thing that stuck out to me then. And I have people, friends, and people who would reach out to me and stuff about, just wishing me happy birthday and stuff. Um, the year before, oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm on camera for them. Um, but sometimes I'll order like different food or something, or I like in the early days of my stream, I did a lot of IRL streaming. So I didn't have a Discord that I had to babysit, and I wasn't streaming from as many devices. So um, I would go and play golf. I don't know if it was on my birthday necessarily, but it was around my birthday. I could be wrong, but I played like Donald Trump's golf course in Los Angeles. It's right on the ocean. It's beautiful. It's the nicest part of all of California. I've driven up and down California, the coast. I've been. I haven't been everywhere in California, but I've been almost everywhere that's populated in California, and it's it's so such a beautiful land. It's literally jets out into the ocean. It's absolutely gorgeous. Um, Let me think what else. I've done. I had somebody visit me on the street. They came and visited around that time. Um,
Can you imagine me and you in the office?
oh, oh yeah, for sure. You'll have enough money, and I'll have enough money. We'll be able to meet where that's not a. You can hear how much confidence I have that I know I'm going to go viral. It's just a matter of time. But it would be like, um, how would I describe it? If you do anything in life now, people will find out about it. They'll think it's interesting, and then there will be news about it. Like what? Um, well, so I was telling you, I think recently there was a lady who recorded all of the news for exactly. Well, that woman had documentaries made about her, and she didn't want to be famous. She was very, very private, but nevertheless, she has documentaries made about her. She's very famous now, but she didn't want to be famous when she was alive. She very much. She was like, she would wouldn't even open the door. She was very, very cautious. But I know that if I do this enough, like for instance, people run really far distances. They'll like run across the United States. When they first start, nobody knows who they are, what they're doing. But the more and more people find out about it, by the time they get to their destination, they're doing newspaper articles on them, and they're on the news and all this other stuff. And I know it's the same thing here. I had people Zoom likes to ask ChatGPT when I'm going to, and ChatGPT really says with each 5 years, chances go up and up. Not quite in 5 years. Up, 4 and like 10 months. Something like that. So once I hit 5 years, it's a lot than saying, hey, I've been live 24/7 for 4 years, and being able to say, I've been live 24/7 for half a decade. That's a long period of time. Okay. And then people are like, well, why aren't you viral yet? And you explain to them, I get copyright strikes. I lose accounts. Issues occur when you are not bodying yourself, where you're just like, in order to get famous online, you have to do something that many times goes against your morals, like playing a prank on somebody. I don't want to do that. I don't want to the law. I don't want, and I recognize the most famous television show in the United States, arguably of all time. It was ranked this for at least the 20th century. Was a show called Seinfeld. Have you ever heard of Seinfeld? Okay, so Seinfeld, a very famous comedian in the United States. The most famous show, had the highest ratings of many shows. And all television shows are about something in the United States. They're about a family. They're about a doctor. They're about a fast car, something. This was a show, and they sold the show as it's a show about nothing. And people would say, well, your show has to be about something. Everything has to be about something. And they would say it's about nothing. It's about the and it's a very, very famous show. It made its creator a billion. And it is still to this day a very popular show. But guess what? If you ask people what's that show about, they say it's about nothing. And that's in many ways my street. It's about my life and it's about world history and everything. But it isn't something that necessarily has one. I mean, there are religious aspects to it, there are historical aspects to it, there are scientific aspects to it. There's a lot to it. It's about everything. By being about nothing, it's about everything. If you were to say to me, what is, for instance, like I chose speed. What are his things about? I don't know. They're about like uh, big, big, cars and doing backflips and traveling the world and kind of stuff. Exactly. Uh, but I have more than 100 times more video of my life on the internet than that person has. That's a huge amount of data. And this data, more than just being like, well, what is it? Why is it interesting to me? It's more interesting to AI. AI is going to use everything, all these conversations that we're having, and my aging process, and my sleeping schedule, and my biology to be able to build accurate models on humans. That's really important for accurate, for just artificial intelligence accuracy. And micro behaviors and all of the other things that AI is thinking about those now. So most term, I know that if I do this stuff, it's going to get attention. And how is it going to get attention? I keep doing these podcasts. Random people start coming in here. Even at this point, uh, this time 2 years ago, I had none of these people. Nobody was this stuff. We didn't even have 1,000 people in this. And I start, it's just that's just how it is. We're approaching, but
I'm sorry to interrupt.
okay.
So you are literally in your heart, very 15 minutes on the planet, and I have been the most famous guy from my country.
Absolutely,
Including
absolutely,
very
100. Yes, I wouldn't say that. I'm not even saying it like there's a possibility. No, I'm saying this with certainty. I mean, of course, there could be an asteroid that takes out Earth, takes out all the servers and stuff. Yeah, but no, definitely, you will, in my opinion, be the most famous person from Czech Republic in global history.
everyone. Like, in 20 years in the future, they're going to teach also history.
That's correct. I mean, just from the series that we're going to do, we're going to have like 100 hours of video of just talking about historic events that are planned to occur. That's a really important undertaking. You recognize you recognize that just an arm strings together. If of all the stuff you've recorded, if you've done like 30 videos, but many of them are like only 20 or 30 minutes or something. Um, and we've done like 6 hours worth of time together. already I'm like 1/20th of all of your time on, and we're going to expand that to the point where I'll probably do 50% of everything because of this series that we're doing, and that those discussions that we have are going to be very important to future generations. And I don't know why no one is talking about futuretimeline.net. It's the greatest website in future information. I'm reading this and I'm like, wow, this is like, I don't know who created this, but this is like aliens.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe in like 100 years, they're gonna still know who is the this.
I think so. I think this will be alive in 100 years.
I don't know. Real okay. This is question. Okay. Do you ever plan or will do some take care of this if you are like you are showing anything
In my life journey discovered
because like there's someone who can take your privacy.
that you really can't replace me. I have an entire community of a cryptocurrency with lots of people who know about me in there, and they are the ones. Whenever they think something's wrong, they come to me right away, and they'll be like, "Hey, I was looking and I saw that you weren't streaming." I go, "Yeah, I'm having to refresh my do an update on the computer or something like that." So they're the first group of people who would worry or that who would follow my legacy. And then there are some people in there who have gotten to know very well. But you have to understand, I'm streaming in here, but I'm also streaming in the Telegram. They're hearing everything that I'm saying. If they want to hop in there are a lot of people in there, and, and there are they have like 10,000 people, and so they're not watching at once, but they've gotten to know me very well. And those people, those are the people who first, whenever, like they're the ones who report the most. Um, and then I have the people in the Discord here, but no one person could like carry this on. It's my story, and even if I were like, all right, I'm gonna stop at 5 years or whatever, and I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm just gonna go back to anonymity, and nobody will know about me. Somebody, either 5, 10, 20, 30 years from now, would be on the internet like, what is all of this content? There's just 12 hours after 12 hours after 12 hours after 12 hours. Like, what is this? And they would start to listen to the conversations and they'd be like, oh, this person was just on this podcast, or this person was playing this game with this person, or this person was having this discussion on a timer. That all of this would be recorded, and they would tell a friend, look, I found the most interesting thing. Just like we have archaeologists who study ancient humans, or paleontologists who study fossils, or uh, people who study uh, anthropology, human civilizations, they would study this.
That's that's true. That's that's and maybe the others study it.
I think so.
I just don't want to be forget that story. You
You don't have to. You're on my stream. My stream is like a modern day Bible.
I think our kids they have so much easier to because things that which is fun.
That's absolutely. I agree.
We will be good father from the children.
For everyone's children, I'll be father of the world.
You will be like if I don't know anybody or something, go 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 to uncle or with
That's
kids.
that's exactly right.
But I don't understand why you excited what was or why do you start the journey? What was the music? What was the like something must have happened and you are here. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, it was a combination of quite a few different things. But specifically, I went from having no social media, living a very religious background, and in my religion, it really rejecting a lot of social media and such, to having the rabbis around me say, you have to create these accounts because we're going to have services and we can't meet. We have to keep 6 feet of distance and we're going to be meeting remotely every day and having classes every day. So it was really them prodding me that you got to do this in order to log in and such. And the idea, I mean, I remember it was 2017 that I was in a meeting and somebody was talking about the value of data. And they said that data was like the number three resource in the world at that time. And it was approaching petroleum and water. I remember at the time they were like, data is going to overtake water as Earth's most valuable resource. And this always stuck out in my head. And that, I mean, I a successful career. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have had certifications. I'm educated. I became a rabbi 5 years ago. And I thought, how can I better the world? In what way? And I could work for a kosher organization. I could work as a community rabbi. But frankly, none of those are very attractive to me. Usually the people who go into that they need a job. I didn't need a job. I had already had a successful craft. I had already had a successful career. And I recognized that I was already living my life 12 hours a day online. Why not just make the other 12 hours online? Um, there's more to it. I mean, there's like the idea that there's a big of the Truman Show. Stuff this would be interesting. And I had heard about people archiving television before. Um, so, and, you know, I told you, like, well, they had to do something more. There was something more. I had a dream that I would do this and I would become the most famous person in global history. And it was like a dream, almost like alien. It was like aliens like told me exactly what to do, including to do podcasts and start a series archiving history's events into the future. The thing that we're doing with the timeline, remember I told you like I had a dream to do this. I didn't know with whom I would do it, but you're the person with whom I would do it. And it was a dream unlike I'd ever had before. And it could have just been a normal dream, but it felt like it was very detailed, very brief of just what I would do. And I remember this happened in fall of 2021, that I would start by streaming my golf swing. I think just expand. And I would everything that I've done, like I would run into challenges, but these would be very interesting to people in the future. And it was like the best way I could describe it is imagine a friend had seen all of the footage and they were telling it back to me how I did, how I was able to escape death through life extension technology, reverse aging, and mind uploading technology, how I was able to create more data than any person ever, how I was able to utilize this data as a platform for good, how I was able to monetize this data and make more money than any person ever, how I was able to have many children, many children, because women wanted to have my sperm. They wanted somebody was so smart who would come up with this. They wanted to reproduce with that person. How I was able to have a core family, and exactly, I even know in the street who I'm going to marry. That's why I'm not so focused on dating or anything, because it was like you're going to marry this person, and like, okay, well, I don't say her name, but I know exactly who she is, and I know who her family is. I know, but I don't, I don't go into it. But I know exactly who she is. That's why if I told you, Tony, all you have to do is do this, and then you're going to marry the most beautiful woman on earth, you'd be like, okay, I'll do that. And basically, I was told everything what to do in the street, and I've done it. And you know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I'm starting to gain more and more traction. The first year, I didn't talk to anybody on the street, barely anybody, just people in my chat on my YouTube. The second year, I got more into social media. The third year, I created the Discord. The fourth year, we really expanded in podcasts. Like it's all, it's growing, and it's taking time. But in answer to your question, I had a dream that was unlike any other dream that I've ever had in my entire life. It was very vivid. It was almost like this isn't what happened, but those people who talk about alien abductions that are like really vivid dreams or whatever, it was like that, but it wasn't an alien abduction. It was just, it was a conversation that took place at a rabbinical colleague's house in a dream. And I was just basically like communicating like all this really interesting stuff. But I was also told in the street, some of it's not going to come true. It's going to be really funny in the future. You're going to make some predictions that are wrong, but you're going to make far more predictions than me. And
Okay, sorry.
that's okay.
But like when you first like talking to someone, it was like weird feel. Yes,
Online.
it was like yes.
No, because I had done that with like I'm a member of the Freemasons, and I've done that with my Freemasonic Lodge, and I've done that with people in like various synagogues, and I've done that with like business colleagues. So like I had done that already once, so that wasn't too new to me.
I mean, you scan the red and you are going to get maybe 98 times for you. I'm not saying that body is for jail, but 98 times for you, window, ultra, to sell your soul, and this stuff. I don't know if I asked this, but
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Um, I don't really feel it, frankly. I don't make my life. Uh, if somebody wanted to stop me, they could stop me. And the thing is, there's so much information that I've put out there that it's very hard to stop. If they were like, you have to sign this or we're going to kill you, okay, then kill me. My legacy will move on. I have created so much data. You can't really cancel me. I have so much data out there. So many different accounts. You really have significant chunks of the internet to be able to get rid of me. And in my own way, I have felt protected during this. Um, in some ways. In other ways, I felt very low. But I don't I don't necessarily control what the future holds. So somebody could try to end me if they wanted to, and that's fine. But I that my legacy will continue, and whether it's appreciated in this generation or a future generation, it would be like a person who wrote a lot of books. The person who wrote the most amount of fiction in the history of the world is a guy named no, it's not so. There's a guy named um, L. Ron Hubbard. You know who L. Ron Hubbard is? He started the Church of Scientology in the 20th century. And he basically started his own religion. He wrote so much that he started his own religion. And if you do enough of anything, there's a lot for people to go through. And in the same way, I mean, I don't want to start my own religion. I'm very happy being Orthodox too, but I know that I have a big impact on society. It's different than just somebody playing a Call of Duty game or Madden or FIFA. It's the story of my entire life. My friend, you're not going to touch me. And on your best day, you won't be able to touch my worst day.
I was going to treat you so much if you died and you don't die.
Okay, well, perhaps you think that, and that's a cool story. And everybody, can listen to what you think, but generally, I don't think you're right. I think I'm going to destroy you. I know I'm the best, and that's that. It's very simple. But if you want to be my FIFA, go ahead, be my FIFA. I could care less. All I care about is that you don't live stream. If you live stream, I do. That's going to bring me some concern. So I would say, hey, if you can do it, that's great. I've created about 100 years worth of content. You know how much content you've created on the internet? Generally, if you don't do live streams, even if we include the time that we've done together, you have created about 20 hours of content, right? So not even one day. I've created, and that's with you doing a podcast before you knew me and everything. I've created about 1,700 times more content. And you have a podcast. Wait, wait. Actually, that's just on one stream. If you include all my streams, it's like 50,000 times more content. What? Well, yeah, probably something. Like, it's more than you or I can surmise. It's just so much information. And, uh, it's kind of like a thing for the world to discover in the future. And there are people who are like, oh, don't you want to get married or don't you want to have children? I still am going to get married, God willing, and I'm still going to have children, God willing. I just have to delay it. It hasn't really bothered me. And if I needed to, let's say somehow, some way, my entire bank account got drained and I had to immediately uh, go to work. I could work remotely. I did that for the first year that I did the stream. I worked remotely, and I could do it again. That wouldn't stop me. Um, and even if, let's say, somebody said you're not allowed to stream anymore for whatever reason, I still have 5 years of content out there, far more than anybody else has ever recorded. And the further away we get from the time, the more interesting that the streams become. Because it's like looking at old pictures. The older the picture, the more interesting it is. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
All right. So with that, are you gonna do some editing?
Yeah, I have to, I have to do some work.
Okay. And I've got some work to do as well. And then you're gonna go to bed probably a little bit later. And I've got a podcast to be on this afternoon. But you come back tomorrow and let me know how it went. And if you need anything from me in the meantime, I'm here for you. Okay, man?
Yeah, okay, and did you check my phone for my people? Last
Yeah, I can catch up everything. But I don't know what happened to that guy. Um, did you? If I were you, I would go to his website and just ask him, "Hey, do you want to be on my podcast?" Because he does want to be on my podcast. And as I said to you, his message to me went in my spam folder, so there's a chance that our messages to him went to his spam.
so
So, so
story.
no, no. You don't know. No, that's not the contact page. You take his name, put it into his website. He has a contact page, and he has a form that you fill out. And you say, "Hi, I'm Tony. I want you to be on my podcast," and he will get back.
Did I ever have your personal phone number or is it like higher level?
Um, did you ever have it? I generally don't give out my phone number just because I don't take calls. I don't like having people having to take telephone calls. I find it to be very freeing not to ever have to take calls. So I'll take them when I need to, or if I need to call out or something. But generally, I don't want to have people go, "Oh, I called you, you didn't pick up." I don't want it. I don't want that extra worry. It's like very free. I don't. I mean, like my friends have like they text me and stuff, but um, don't worry. In the future, you'll have it. But as of right now, you have to understand. If I give it up, there's a very there's a very good chance that people. Well, as I haven't got people prank calling me, and they'll get mad because I made a clip of them on Twitch, and they'll just call just to bother me, and so I could like mute them or whatever.
It's a big deal.
No, it's really not that. I don't like taking calls. I don't like having to intervene when like even with my friends, we just text each other. Um, we will call or we will do a voice call, but we text each other first and say, "Hey, are you available for?" And some people on here, unless I'm going to meet up in real life, I generally don't give out telephone numbers to them. I have a lot of different telephone numbers because I'm on so many platforms. So some people have some of my other numbers, but and that I will give out. But generally, I have one telephone number. If you wanted to know, it's 1-310-388-358. But it is like I have it connected to other numbers as well, and generally, for the most part, everyone has to um, take calls on those other numbers. I use that number to people I know IRL.
So like when they find me, or you can tell me your phone, how can I do the picture?
Yeah,
How can I
if you didn't have one,
in the future?
you mean if you
How
did,
can I
you mean if you didn't have any,
yes.
you would come visit. You would, yeah, I mean, I've had people come visit me who I never met before, and they just met me in a call, and they were like, "Hey, I'm a fan. Can I come visit?" I've had to do it multiple times. Um,
But I want to be also flat because like if I'm
they wait, hold on. They transitioned from family to friend, and then we became very good friends. And I've seen them move to different countries and get different jobs, and I've helped them in different ways. Like they became my friend. So you aren't a friend. You are already a friend. But like generally, like if the internet went out, there aren't a lot of different ways that people can get a hold of people aside from just connecting with them um, via in real life. Internet is entirely alive. And you're saying, well, there are phone lines that people can use. A lot of these phone lines are based on the internet. I I like the like there are some channels like you have my email, which is probably like I don't get my email and that's like a higher level of getting to know me. And 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 I Discord messages. I don't let everybody Discord message me. Oh no, definitely. I get so many different messages from people that like it's an overwhelming amount. Uh, when you're live on as many different platforms as I am, you get people, hey, join my Discord or hey, what's up, whatever. Like, they're just bored. So you have a bunch of different channels to connect with me. You have my email, which like Zoom doesn't have my email. Miss Aquarius doesn't have my email. Brandon doesn't have my email. Uh, Reverend Andrew doesn't have my email. Now they do have Discord where they can connect with me, and uh, if we did every time like that, but like once I'll tell you this, Teddy. Once I go viral, you'll have my number. You can contact me whenever you want. FaceTime whenever you want. We'll be able to travel the world and have penthouses and do whatever we want. But like right now, I don't see a need necessarily for me to have to take an international call from Tony when you can just contact me on this. But if you were like, hey, I'm gonna be in Los Angeles, or we went viral or something. Oh, Tony, you need to have my number because you need to be able to connect with me and call me when you land or whatever. Or let me get here.
this can happen. This can happen.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say pretty much. I think it's only a matter of time.
Maybe, maybe in the future, but I will be famous friend, a friend of more famous person with us.
I think just no in global history.
People don't study more than Mr. Beast,
More than George Washington, more than Napoleon, more than Moses. Everybody.
but like when you are trying to be viral, like because in the time this world will be full of people.
That's what,
Maybe
hold on. That's why I have all of these channels in here so that we're ready.
maybe like in this main in the main channel where the conversation will be maximum people so maybe I will want to be here.
Let's worry about that. That's why below this I have Rabbi Rothschild Arena. You can have like 100,000 people. So I'm not too good. Do you see below here it says Rabbi Rothschild Arena?
Yes.
Yeah, so I can have like, or I think they expanded it maybe to just a huge amount of people. And I have Twitter Spaces that I can have a million people or more. I'm not too worried about that. And it's just, yeah, I say it.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I have some. I don't have all the interviews in there just because it takes too long to upload them all. But you can see some of my work interviews.
Would you say before I
Oh, it just takes a long time to upload everything. Yeah. You upload to one thing and then you got to upload to another thing and another thing and another thing. And so those are just some of my work interviews. And
you you believe you are very
pardon me? I have Michael Rothschild. Um, I keep that up. They don't. I have like 700 people or something, 600 people, but I know them. I mean, I've worked with them, so those are the people I have. I don't treat LinkedIn, but how can I? I'm excited about that. Perhaps one day.
Okay, thank you both.
All right, keep it posted, big dog. It was good catching up. And good job today. Staying awake. And we did like 3 hours. That was really good.
Okay, so one extra, like the first thing that I'm going to like, okay, so when I yes,
Yeah, 2027. You're gonna and 2028. You're gonna cut that in two. And you're gonna make one for 2027, and then one for 2028.
and I will remove like they anything would be done this and bring them.
If you want to do that, yes, absolutely.
I can anything. I will do the for 2028 with this and with this benefit.
Yeah, but I would just add it to the end of that, just so that they're all the same.
Okay, okay. You said say it's good.
No, it's not good at the beginning, but at the end it's fine.
I will see.
Okay.
Yeah, I will put it to something so I can
Okay.
yeah.
Sounds like a plan, big dog. Take care.
And then we have to make your pages.
Absolutely.
Okay, this
Thank you. I appreciate it. Take care, big dog.
say next week just he's sleeping like a baby right now.
Like a baby. Yeah, exactly. But we'll make sure you guys get together. Look, before you go, do you see you're on your phone, right?
Yes.
Okay, press the screen and do you see where it pops up where you have like you can end the call or you can turn on your camera?
Yes.
Pull up on that, like slide up, that's a slider, and then you see activities.
Yes. Yes. Actually, these stupid things. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, now click on activities, and then you see chess in the park.
Activities. Yes. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
That's how you play chess. Okay, now you know.
You play the chess. So, yeah.
Cool story, bro. Once I go viral, we'll play chess.
That is going to be like you.
Perhaps, my friend.
Okay. I go.
Excellent. I love your enthusiasm. Take care, buddy. Thank you. Bye. Uh, you sleeping beauty. That's right. Very funny. Take care. Bye.